In the winter of 1132, on the wooded slopes of Japan's Iga province, mist drifted between cedar trunks as small groups of villagers rehearsed movements that would one day define an unrecorded profession. The terrain was fractured by ravines and narrow footpaths, forcing travelers into predictable routes that could be studied, mapped, and exploited. Meanwhile, regional clans struggled to maintain control as the Heian court weakened and provincial conflicts intensified. Archaeological surveys conducted along the old trade corridors reveal remnants of hidden dwellings and lookout posts that belonged not to aristocrats, but to families who relied on irregular warfare for survival. Their knowledge of terrain, weather, and silent movement formed a body of practice rather than a creed, shaped by necessity more than ideology. Light on wet stones, the sound of winter wind against wooden shutters, and the careful concealment of footprints became elements of a strategy rooted in adaptation. The emergence of the ninja, or shinobi, was not a moment of invention, but the slow convergence of geography, political decentralization, and communal memory. This civilization matters because it offers one of the earliest sustained examples of intelligence networks formed outside elite institutions, revealing how ordinary people shaped the architecture of clandestine power. Continue as we examine how landscape, conflict, and transmission of skill produced the world's most resilient clandestine tradition. By the late 10th century, the interior mountain basins of Japan's Kii Peninsula presented a landscape defined by steep gradients, narrow valleys, and dense forest zones that restricted conventional agriculture while enabling forms of settlement based on adaptive resilience. In Iga and neighboring Kōga, communities relied on mixed farming, forest gathering, and small-scale animal husbandry, creating a subsistence pattern shaped by the constraints of terrain. Stratigraphic data from terrace fields east of the Ueno Basin indicate repeated cycles of land reclamation and abandonment, revealing a population continually adjusting to fluctuating yields. Meanwhile, imperial authority centered in Kyoto was weakening, and the political vacuum across peripheral provinces produced zones where local governance emerged through negotiated alliances rather than imposed hierarchy. Archaeological surveys of fortified hamlets in northern Iga reveal low earthen ramparts and narrow watch platforms positioned to monitor movement along ridgeline paths. The presence of these structures suggests not militarization in the formal sense, but a long-standing need to detect potential threats early, since these communities often lacked the manpower for open confrontation. In this environment, knowledge of the land became a primary form of security. Excavations along the Hattori River corridor show clusters of pit dwellings situated to maximize visibility over water routes, while charcoal layers found in adjacent woodland indicate controlled burns used to maintain clear passage through dense undergrowth. Such practices reflect the formation of what might be called environmental literacy, a systematic understanding of topography, weather patterns, and seasonal rhythms that allowed villagers to move silently, track unfamiliar footprints, and anticipate the behavior of travelers. This literacy did not yet constitute shinobi technique, but it embodied a way of perceiving the landscape that would later inform more specialized skills. A single cinematic detail survives through evidence, light striking the angled surfaces of stone steps at dawn, suggesting how early watch rotations relied on natural illumination before formal lookout towers were common. As regional conflicts became more frequent during the late Heian period, local warriors known as jisamurai began to serve as intermediaries between villagers and provincial authorities. Their responsibilities included land protection, dispute resolution, and the maintenance of defensive readiness across small territories. Written arbitration records preserved in medieval temples describe conflicts over irrigation channels and woodland boundaries, illustrating how territory was managed through observation and negotiation rather than dominance. These same documents occasionally reference scouts dispatched to verify reports of traveling bands or armed groups. While the language is administrative, the tasks described, mapping routes, confirming troop size, returning without detection, reveal the early contours of reconnaissance as a community function. Evidence anchors appear in these records, short entries noting the survey of the northern pass or verification of night travelers, suggesting that reconnaissance was treated as a practical necessity rather than a specialized art. Over generations, these responsibilities generated a shared repertoire of techniques. Skills were transmitted through household memory, shaped by the need to protect fragile agricultural systems from disruption. Children learned to identify subtle terrain shifts, adults practiced night movement along ridgelines, and elders maintained stories about past incursions and evasions. The conceptual reflection that emerges from this continuity is that shinobi knowledge began not as innovation, but as inherited adaptation, preserved because it allowed communities to survive instability without depending on distant authorities. This form of expertise was neither centralized nor codified. It existed as distributed intelligence embedded in daily routines. The gradual refinement of silent movement stemmed from environmental necessity. Soil composition in Iga's forests, mixed with decomposing leaf litter, allowed trained individuals to walk with minimal compression noise if they understood where the ground was firmest. Botanical studies conducted in modern surveys confirm that certain slopes retain moisture differently, enabling quieter travel during specific seasons. Such ecological features, although natural, became instruments of human strategy. The sole sensory detail appropriate here is the muted sound of moss compressing under a controlled step, illustrating how environment and technique fused seamlessly. By the early 12th century, external pressures increased as provincial disputes grew more volatile. Small bands of armed retainers traveled unpredictably through rural territories, and the need for early detection became urgent. Communities responded by forming loose networks of mutual assistance in which each household contributed watchers, runners, or messengers, depending on ability. Excavated boundary markers carved into stone suggest that footpaths connecting villages were standardized for coordinated response. The emergence of such cooperation reveals how reconnaissance shifted from household practice to regional system. Yet, despite expanding organization, the knowledge remained rooted in ordinary life. It was not an elite craft, it was a communal adaptation to insecurity. With this foundation, the cultural and strategic conditions that would eventually give rise to the shinobi were already present. Environmental literacy, adaptive movement, distributed expertise, and an evolving practice of reconnaissance integrated into daily survival. The next phase would unfold as political autonomy increased and local clans strengthened their authority across Iga and Kōga, transforming these early techniques into structured clandestine roles. By the early decades of the 12th century, the social fabric of Iga and Kōga had developed into a mosaic of independent hamlets bound by kinship, land rights, and shared vulnerability. These communities seldom relied on external military assistance, not because of ideological isolation, but because transportation networks were too fragile and provincial authorities too thinly stretched to provide rapid intervention. Stratified soil layers from burned settlement sites near Kaminosho reveal repeated cycles of destruction and rebuilding, indicating that raids or territorial disputes occurred with enough frequency to shape architectural choices. Houses were constructed with narrow entrances, elevated flooring, and concealed storage pits designed for rapid evacuation of provisions. Such features show that inhabitants expected instability and responded through practical design rather than fortification on a grand scale. Meanwhile, the geographic distinctiveness of the region created natural choke points. Ridgeline paths winding between agricultural terraces narrowed to widths that permitted only single-file movement, making them ideal locations for early detection posts. Archaeologists mapping these routes in the 1990s discovered stone clusters positioned to provide vantage points over adjoining valleys. Their distribution aligns with entries in medieval travel permits referencing verified passage through mountain gates. These evidence anchors suggest a coordinated system of monitoring long before the emergence of formal shinobi organizations. The cinematic detail here is restrained yet precise. Dust rising briefly from a narrow path as a watcher shifted position, careful not to reveal presence. As economic patterns shifted, so too did the nature of communal responsibility. Market exchanges connecting Iga to larger commercial hubs encouraged the movement of goods and itinerants through previously insulated terrain. Metal tools, silk fragments, and ceramics found at roadside excavation spots confirm that foreign craftsmen and traders occasionally passed through mountain corridors. Such encounters created opportunities and threats. The need to assess intentions, monitor routes, and anticipate disruptions intensified, gradually formalizing the role of select individuals tasked with observing strangers and reporting their behavior. Although these watchers were not yet shinobi in the later sense, their responsibilities foreshadowed the intelligence functions that would define the profession. The late Heian political structure contributed to this transformation. As the central court faced declining authority, local stewards appointed by aristocratic families struggled to impose consistent governance. Disputes over taxation, land measurement, and forced labor obligations required verification missions into remote territories, and stewards routinely hired local guides familiar with terrain. Several estate documents from surrounding provinces reference men of the mountains who escorted officials through disputed lands. Their tasks involved more than navigation. They assessed dangerous zones, predicted ambush points, and advised on safe lodging. These descriptions, although administrative, suggest early forms of operational knowledge that would later be refined into reconnaissance doctrines. At the same time, internal community structures grew more sophisticated. Extended households coordinated food storage, seasonal planting, and defensive alert systems, creating networks that distributed responsibilities across age groups. Younger members served as runners capable of moving quickly between villages along hidden routes. Adults rotated roles as boundary watchers, while elders maintained the oral archives of past conflicts. A conceptual reflection emerges from this arrangement. The foundations of shinobi practice developed not from innovation by a single figure or lineage, but from intergenerational adaptation in which memory functioned as both instruction and strategic resource. What became intelligence work was, in its earliest form, a system of shared knowledge evolving through necessity. Evidence of this collective organization appears in the landscape itself. Surveys of abandoned terraces show narrow earthen ridges designed not only for irrigation control, but also for concealed movement alongside crops. These pathways allowed watchers to traverse agricultural areas without being exposed to travelers in the open field. Botanical studies of pollen remnants extracted from terrace layers indicate careful crop rotation patterns that required continuous observation of environmental changes. This attentiveness to detail, the slope of soil, the sound of flowing water, the direction of evening mist, represents the sensory discipline that later shinobi manuals would codify into formal technique. By the mid-12th century, cooperative defense arrangements had expanded into structured alliances between neighboring hamlets. These were not military coalitions in the formal sense. Rather, they were mutual aid pacts rooted in economic interdependence. When boundary disputes or resource shortages threatened stability, selected individuals were dispatched to gather information quietly before any response was decided. Estate arbitration records occasionally mention reports delivered without notice to opposing parties, indicating missions that required discretion and minimal trace. These fragments serve as evidence anchors for the evolution of covert information gathering as a recognized community skill. Climatic variations across the 1100s added further pressure. Periodic cold spells affected crop yield and increased competition for forest resources. Crisis amplified the importance of early warning systems. In several excavated settlements, charred beams and collapsed roofs suggest incidents of sudden attack or forced evacuation. The communities that survived were those capable of mobilizing quickly, redirecting movement through hidden passes, and coordinating communication across multiple villages. Such patterns support the conclusion that survival in this region depended more on adaptive intelligence than on martial confrontation. By the closing years of the 12th century, the combination of environmental literacy, decentralized governance, and cooperative reconnaissance had produced a cultural landscape in which clandestine knowledge was both common and essential. One final sensory detail reinforces this environment: the faint sound of water dripping from a rock shelter used as a temporary hide, underscoring how natural features served practical roles long before written manuals emerged. This world, shaped by terrain, necessity, and accumulated experience, formed the substrate from which the shinobi tradition would later evolve as clans gained autonomy and formalized their roles in the conflicts of the 13th and 14th centuries. By the opening decades of the 13th century, the Iga Kōga region stood apart from neighboring territories not through cultural difference, but through the depth of its accumulated practices in autonomous survival. These mountain communities, positioned at a remove from main arterial roads, had developed an ethos of vigilance grounded in environmental interpretation and collective memory. Stratified excavation layers from settlements near Minamata reveal clusters of storage vessels buried beneath household floors, a sign of precaution against sudden flight. Their presence indicates that evacuation was not an emergency measure, but an anticipated component of communal life. Meanwhile, written estate documents from provincial archives confirm that tax assessments frequently fluctuated due to mountain unrest, a vague descriptor implying bandit movement, political tension, or disputes over resource rights. These disruptions reinforced reliance on localized surveillance systems that operated continuously, not merely during crisis. Terrain conditioned behavior in ways that later observers would interpret as extraordinary skill. Topographic reconstructions of the new valley show a sequence of winding passes framed by dense cedar growth, where visibility narrowed to a few meters. Movement through these routes required assessing light angles, moisture levels, and ground texture to avoid detection. Evidence anchors appear through preserved travel records, noting that guides from Iga passed unseen alongside paths, a phrase that, while administrative, reflects an awareness of their specialized movement. A restrained sensory image illustrates this environment, pale morning light filtering through layered branches, illuminating only fragments of the path while concealing the watcher positioned above. Economic realities also shape the development of clandestine capacities. Irrigation rights, timber access, and hunting territories were central to local survival, and disputes over them demanded careful reconnaissance. Temple arbitration documents from nearby provinces describe emissaries sent to quietly observe boundary conditions before negotiations commenced. These emissaries often came from peripheral communities accustomed to silent travel and discreet assessment. Their presence in bureaucratic records highlights how reconnaissance, though unnamed, had already become a recognized function embedded within rural administration. The practice was valued not for combat potential, but for its ability to prevent conflict through accurate information. Over generations, this information culture created a distinct conceptual shift. Community members learned to treat the landscape not merely as terrain to cross, but as a dynamic field of signals, footprints in soft soil, disrupted undergrowth, distant echoes along valley walls. The ability to read such signs became a social marker of competence, and households with strong reputations for environmental awareness gained influence in regional councils. This marks an important conceptual reflection. The early shinobi world emerged from a psychological framework in which survival depended on interpreting subtle cues and anticipating unseen movement. Intelligence, in this sense, preceded warfare. It functioned as a lived epistemology shaped by land and circumstance. Archaeological remains from scattered lookout points along the Ayama River reinforce this developmental trajectory. Excavators identified minimal structural foundations, flat stone placements, and compacted soil that supported small wooden platforms. These humble constructions lacked defensive features, indicating their purpose was observation rather than resistance. Their vantage points offered wide views over intersecting paths, suggesting a coordinated system in which watchers could signal others through subtle movements or prearranged cues. Written references to night runners delivering messages between settlements align with these findings, underscoring the existence of early communication networks that operated beyond formal political authority. Interactions with outside forces further strengthened these practices, as armed bands loyal to competing provincial figures moved unpredictably through mountainous terrain. Villagers needed to distinguish between harmless travelers and potential threats. Reports preserved in monastery archives recount instances in which residents identified disguised retainers by their gait, equipment weight, or unfamiliar movement patterns on local paths. Such observations reveal that surveillance in this region relied on intimate familiarity with micro-landscape features and human behavior. These competencies represent the earliest documented forms of what would later evolve into shinobi detection and deception techniques. Simultaneously, internal organization within villages grew more structured. Oral histories, transmitted across generations, maintained accounts of past incursions, successful evasions, and strategies adapted to specific weather conditions. Adults responsible for boundary monitoring were chosen not solely for physical ability, but for capacity to remain unnoticed and interpret environmental shifts accurately. Tasks were divided with precision. Some individuals managed crop terraces closest to forest edges to observe movement. Others specialized in traversing ridgeline routes at night. Elders preserved knowledge of alternative passes used during flooding or winter snowfall. Evidence anchors supporting this division of labor appear in settlement layout patterns, where clusters of dwellings correspond to particular ecological zones that align with described responsibilities. By the last decades of the 13th century, these systems formed a coherent culture of adaptive intelligence. Although no formal shinobi organizations yet existed, the essential components, stealth, reconnaissance, communication networks, situational analysis, and environmental mastery, were fully embedded in communal life. Their integration was subtle rather than ceremonial. There were no initiations, uniforms, or doctrines. Instead, survival itself functioned as the organizing principle. The cinematic detail here is simple and factual. The faint scrape of a wooden sandal against a dry stone, immediately absorbed by evening wind, illustrating how the land conditioned movement even in mundane moments. As the political landscape of medieval Japan shifted toward greater fragmentation, the skills honed in these mountain communities would intersect with emerging clan autonomy. In that convergence lay the transformation of rural watchers into the earliest documented shinobi practitioners, whose roles would soon extend far beyond their valleys. By the early 14th century, the accumulated experience of Iga and Kōga's mountain communities had produced a distinctive pattern of social organization, shaped by observation, discretion, and adaptive response. Although the wider political sphere of Japan was entering another period of instability marked by shifting alliances and disputes over imperial succession, the inhabitants of these interior basins approached such turbulence not through large-scale militarization, but through the refinement of their long-standing intelligence-oriented practices. Archaeological investigations at abandoned hamlets near Oyamada reveal layered refuse pits containing broken arrowheads alongside agricultural tools, suggesting that martial and agrarian activities coexisted without forming a rigid warrior class. This mixture reflects a duality of life in which every inhabitant understood both the necessity of cultivation and the potential requirement to monitor or avoid conflict. Written estate reports preserved in regional archives describe instances in which stewards requested quiet inspection of contested woodland or disputed water channels. These entries, though brief, confirm the existence of designated individuals capable of moving through terrain without disturbing its natural state. Their expertise derived not from formal training, but from intimate familiarity with slopes, irrigation paths, and the acoustic properties of forest environments. A restrained sensory detail captures this world, the soft rustle of wind against tall grasses masking the movement of a lone observer positioned near a boundary ridge. Evidence anchors such as these administrative notes link the emergence of reconnaissance roles directly to practical agricultural governance. As the Kamakura shogunate weakened, small-scale disputes intensified across provincial borders. Bandit groups, dislocated retainers, and ambitious local leaders sought to exploit gaps in authority, forcing rural communities to sharpen their early warning systems. Topographic studies of the Hattori corridor show a network of concealed side routes branching from main paths, many of which align with later descriptions in shinobi manuals referencing shadow roads used for covert movement. Although these manuals were compiled centuries later, the archaeological correspondence suggests that the infrastructure for clandestine travel long predated its formal codification. Soil analysis from these narrow paths reveals compacted surfaces indicating frequent use, consistent with routine reconnaissance rather than episodic escape. The conceptual reflection emerging from this evidence is that the intellectual foundations of shinobi technique were formed not through invention, but through continuous interaction with a challenging environment. Movement required interpretation, timing demanded patience, and observation depended on the capacity to remain unnoticed. This psychological framework, attentive, restrained, and analytical, would later define the ethos of shinobi groups operating under daimyo command. Yet here, in its early form, it functioned simply as a communal adaptation to uncertainty. Intervillage alliances strengthened during this period, partly in response to environmental pressures. Climatic fluctuations documented through dendrochronological studies indicate alternating cycles of drought and heavy rainfall, each affecting crop stability. Mutual aid pacts expanded to include coordinated monitoring of water sources, forest access points, and seasonal migration routes. Communication between villages relied on runners trained to navigate ridgelines swiftly and quietly. Excavated storage shelters located along these routes contain remnants of dried food and tools, supporting the idea that messengers could travel extended distances without returning home. These supply caches represent the logistical underpinnings of an emerging intelligence network, though not yet one articulated in political terms. The social significance of these roles grew gradually. Individuals known for exceptional observational ability gained informal authority, and their assessments influenced community decisions regarding resource allocation and security measures. Estate testimonials occasionally reference trusted watchers, a phrase indicating recognition without official rank. The world they inhabited was one in which knowledge carried weight equal to physical strength, a cultural orientation that would make Iga and Kōga fertile ground for the professional shinobi of later centuries. Another evidence anchor reinforces this reading. Regional conflict records note that emissaries from surrounding provinces requested guidance from those who know the mountain ways, highlighting the exportability of local expertise. By the mid-14th century, the political map of Japan was shifting as the northern and southern courts contested sovereignty. In remote areas, this conflict manifested less as ideological division and more as increased movement of armed factions through rural terrain. Communities in Iga and Kōga responded predictably. They intensified monitoring, employed night watchers more regularly, and refined escape routes that avoided major passes. Archaeological remnants of hastily repaired terrace walls indicate defensive actions designed to conceal or redirect movement rather than confront invaders. These measures underscore the strategic principles that would later characterize shinobi operations: avoid detection, preserve mobility, and prioritize information over force. The final sensory detail of this chapter situates the reader within that world. A thin line of smoke rising from a concealed hearth inside a rock overhang, barely visible against the darkened slope. Such images are not artifacts of myth, but reflections of adaptive practices shaped by environment, economy, and fragile autonomy. As the structures of communal surveillance reached maturity, they prepared the ground for what the next century would bring: the rise of clan autonomy and the transformation of these watchers, runners, and observers into the earliest organized shinobi groups, whose influence would extend far beyond their mountain origins. By the early 14th century, the political fragmentation unfolding across Japan created conditions in which local clans in Iga and Kōga began asserting unprecedented autonomy. The weakening of the Kamakura shogunate, followed by renewed conflict between the northern and southern courts, disrupted administrative hierarchies that had previously mediated disputes over land, taxation, and agricultural labor. In these peripheral mountain provinces, the withdrawal of centralized oversight produced a vacuum filled not by aspiring warlords, but by coalitions of jisamurai, landholding families who balanced agricultural responsibilities with military obligations. Archaeological surveys of fortified residences near the Ueno Basin reveal the remains of wooden palisades enclosing clusters of dwellings, their limited defensive scale suggesting structures meant to delay intruders rather than repel organized armies. This evidence indicates a world in which protection was coordinated locally, through alliances shaped by necessity rather than formal authority. Estate documents from surrounding regions record that, as state oversight weakened, disputes over woodland access and water rights intensified. Their entries describe councils of local men convened to resolve conflicts, implying that governance operated horizontally rather than through vertical command. These councils relied on accurate information about the movements and intentions of neighboring groups, making reconnaissance an increasingly institutionalized function. Evidence anchors appear in administrative notes requesting verification of persons crossing the mountain border, reflecting a heightened awareness of infiltration, trespass, and potential violence. A restrained sensory detail situates this environment, the muffled sound of footsteps on damp forest soil as a watcher shifted position above a contested pass, listening for unfamiliar movement below. Clan autonomy developed not through ambition, but through cumulative adaptation. Families that had long practiced environmental literacy now assumed responsibility for monitoring boundaries, documenting agreements, and coordinating regional defense. Excavated clay tablets from storage pits in Lower Yama contain etched records of land divisions, rudimentary but functional markers of shared governance. Their presence suggests an early administrative consciousness shaped by local realities rather than imperial mandates. Simultaneously, patterns of settlement reveal that households with recognized observational skill were situated strategically near path intersections, allowing them to function as informal intelligence nodes. This spatial arrangement underscores how early shinobi functions were embedded within the broader fabric of clan organization. The political uncertainty of the 1330s and 1340s exacerbated demands for reliable information. Armed retainers loyal to competing factions traversed borderlands unpredictably, causing villages to rely heavily on scouts capable of discreetly assessing their intentions. Temple chronicles from neighboring provinces recount episodes in which envoys from Iga conducted silent inspection of troop conditions before negotiations began. These entries, though terse, mark a significant evolution. Reconnaissance was no longer merely a protective measure, but a diplomatic instrument. Movement through mountain passes required not only stealth, but also interpretive judgment, skills increasingly concentrated in certain lineages known for their reliability. Here a conceptual reflection emerges. The shift from communal surveillance to clan-managed intelligence represented a psychological transformation in which information became a strategic resource, not just a survival tool. Archaeological excavations at the edges of cultivated terraces reveal narrow trenches and concealed paths whose compacted surfaces indicate repeated, purposeful use. These routes allowed messengers to move between clan territories without detection from main roads. Their existence aligns with later shinobi manuals referencing hidden ways known only to those of the mountains, suggesting that such corridors predated formal codification by more than a century. Soil samples from these pathways show distinctive compaction layers consistent with soft-soled footwear, reinforcing the idea that silent travel was already a developed practice within certain households. Economic pressures further intensified organizational coherence. The management of agricultural resources, especially irrigation, demanded coordination across clan boundaries. Surveys of abandoned irrigation channels document modifications that minimized noise from flowing water, an adaptation that would later support nocturnal movement. These channels also served as concealed routes for scouts monitoring activity near clan borders. Written appeals preserved in provincial archives request assistance from mountain men skilled in quiet passage, revealing that the expertise of Iga and Kōga was recognized beyond their valleys. As clan autonomy strengthened, internal hierarchies adapted accordingly. Elders managed legal disputes and resource allocation, while selected adults oversaw reconnaissance and communication. Younger members trained in mobility and silent movement, learning to navigate ridgeline paths at varying times of day to avoid predictable patterns. This system did not resemble the rigid militarization found in later centuries, but it marked the emergence of specialized roles within otherwise agrarian communities. Evidence anchors support this interpretation. Conflict records reference Iga parties of watchers hired to assess enemy positions during regional skirmishes, indicating that local expertise was entering broader military networks. By the mid-14th century, the political autonomy of Iga and Kōga clans had solidified, creating a decentralized governance structure in which information control was central to stability. These early intelligence functions did not yet bear the distinctive terminology associated with shinobi practice, but their operational characteristics, stealth, analysis, discretion, and coordinated communication were fully developed. A final sensory detail grounds this maturation. The faint echo of a distant wooden signal beam struck once at dusk, alerting allied households to unexpected movement along the border path. These conditions prepared the region for the next transformation, when shifting alliances and intensified conflict would elevate these clan-based watchers into recognizable shinobi groups serving both internal and external powers. By the latter half of the 14th century, clan autonomy in Iga and Kōga had transitioned from a provisional response to political fragmentation into a durable regional system. This evolution can be traced through both material and textual evidence. Excavations at fortified compounds near Fujiyama reveal increasingly complex layouts, outer palisades, narrow entry corridors, and secondary escape routes carved discreetly into hillside terraces. These features suggest settlements designed not to withstand prolonged siege, but to redirect, delay, or observe intruders long enough for information to spread across allied households. The architectural intent aligns with the priorities of communities whose strength lay not in concentrated military force, but in distributed vigilance. Evidence anchors appear in survey reports describing compact watch platforms overlooking overlapping path systems, reinforcing how surveillance shaped spatial organization. Meanwhile, estate documents from the Nambokucho era show a rise in contractual agreements formed between clans for mutual protection. These agreements often defined responsibilities for night watching, path clearing, and boundary inspection, marking the earliest bureaucratic appearance of duties that would later form the operational backbone of shinobi activity. Although the terminology remained generic, the specificity of tasks suggests a maturing understanding of information as a shared resource requiring coordinated management. A restrained sensory image illustrates this environment, the steady drip of water from a hillside spring echoing against stone as two watchers paused beneath an overhang, waiting to confirm the direction of distant movement. Political instability outside the region further reinforced these internal systems. Competing military factions, loyalists to the Northern Court, supporters of the Southern Court, and independent local powers, moved irregularly through the Kei Peninsula. Their presence increased the demand for intelligence that could discern intent, strength, and direction. Temple arbitration records contain entries noting the dispatch of observers from Iga to assess troop movements near strategic passes. While the tone of these entries remains administrative, the practice implies a recognized specialization. The observers were not random villagers, but individuals selected for their proven capacity to move quietly, assess conditions accurately, and return without drawing attention. The conceptual transformation at this stage is significant. Earlier communal surveillance had functioned primarily as an early warning system. Under strengthened clan autonomy, however, reconnaissance became proactive rather than reactive. Scouts were sent not merely to detect threats, but but to gather knowledge that influenced clan diplomacy, resource decisions, and regional alliances. This shift represents the early psychological foundation of shinobi doctrine, information not as a defensive measure, but as a strategic instrument shaping the outcomes of conflicts before they occurred. Archaeological findings along the Akasaka route illustrate the operationalization of this mindset. Hidden pit shelters lined with compact earth have been uncovered adjacent to narrow footpaths, their entrances obscured with stone fragments and vegetation. Soil stratigraphy indicates repeated use. These shelters likely served as temporary observation points or emergency hides for scouts monitoring movement between contested territories. Their construction required intimate knowledge of terrain stability, drainage, and visibility, revealing an advanced integration of environmental understanding into strategic design. Simultaneously, clan-based watch systems expanded into more formal communication networks. Evidence from charred wooden tablets recovered near Yama records distances between lookout points, suggesting standardized relay routes for messaging. The distances correspond to travel times achievable only by individuals trained in efficient and silent movement. These findings reinforce textual references to swift men of the mountains, a phrase used in provincial documents to denote runners capable of bypassing conventional roads dominated by armed retainers. Economic pressures also sharpened intelligence functions. As agricultural yields fluctuated due to climatic variability, clans required precise evaluations of water flow, forest access, and field security. Runners submitted observations that influenced planting cycles and defensive positioning. This interplay between environmental assessment and political decision-making reveals why Iga and Kōga produced intelligence specialists of enduring reputation. Their expertise arose from an environment where misinterpreting a sign, a sound, or a trace could threaten both livelihood and autonomy. By the 1370s, clan alliances had become sophisticated enough to respond collectively to incursions. Regional chronicles describe coordinated defensive maneuvers conducted only after reconnaissance reports confirmed enemy numbers and likely routes. These maneuvers emphasized mobility and ambiguity rather than engagement, reflecting a strategic logic that would later define shinobi participation in wider military conflicts. Evidence anchors appear in one chronicle noting that opposing forces found the mountain paths empty, though watchers were surely near, a description consistent with practiced concealment. A final sensory detail reinforces the atmosphere of this era. The faint creak of a bamboo door hinge as a lookout slid it open just enough to signal an approaching messenger before securing it again. Such understated gestures capture the disciplined restraint that shaped daily life in autonomous clan territories. By this point in the narrative, the foundational conditions for organized shinobi groups were firmly established. What remained was the convergence of these local systems with broader national conflicts, a convergence that would elevate these watchers and scouts into indispensable agents within the shifting alliances of the Sengoku age. By the final decades of the 14th century, the autonomy of Iga and Kōga clans had evolved into a structured political reality recognized by neighboring domains. These mountain provinces were not independent states, yet their internal systems of governance, rooted in mutual defense, intelligence collection, and negotiated authority, functioned with a cohesion that distinguished them from surrounding territories fractured by the Nanbo-Kucho conflict. Archaeological mapping of settlement clusters near Shimagahara shows deliberate spacing between fortified compounds, each oriented toward different valley corridors. The configuration suggests an interdependent network rather than isolated strongholds, with vantage points arranged to maximize coverage of movement across ridges and waterways. These spatial patterns support written references describing Iga and Kōga communities as cooperatives of watchers, a phrase that appears in late 14th century estate reports. Evidence anchors in these documents reveal increasing specialization. Requests for clan representatives skilled in night survey or men who know the hidden water paths, signify a growing recognition of expertise within certain lineages. These families accumulated reputational authority, and their descendants would later become known as the principal shinobi houses. A restrained sensory detail evokes this maturing environment. The intermittent clang of a distant forge as metal tools were repaired, blending with the low murmur of discussions among clan elders, deciding which watchers would be dispatched to observe a developing conflict along the border. Political necessity drove these refinements. As armed factions associated with rival courts moved unpredictably through the region, clans required precise information to determine whether passage should be allowed, monitored, or quietly obstructed. Surveillance extended beyond roads into forested inclines, river shallows, and narrow terraces. Archaeological surveys along the Hachiman foothills reveal subtle modifications to footpaths, slightly widened sections at curves, flattened stones placed beneath moss, and hollowed tree roots forming natural observation posts. These engineered details were not defensive structures, but tools that enhanced silent mobility and visual advantage. Their existence aligns with later shinobi texts describing naturalized stations, suggesting continuity between early clan practices and codified techniques. Communication systems underwent parallel development. Wooden tally markers recovered from midden layers at 3 Kōga sites contain etched symbols likely representing message routes or sequence orders. The standardized size of these markers and the similarity of their inscriptions indicate coordination across multiple villages. When combined with documentary references to relay runners, the material evidence suggests a communication architecture capable of transmitting intelligence across considerable distances with minimal delay. The conceptual reflection that emerges from this pattern is that shinobi expertise originated from logistical sophistication as much as from individual skill. Mobility and message flow formed the infrastructure upon which clandestine operations would later depend. Clan diplomacy also relied heavily on reconnaissance. When disputes arose with neighboring powers such as Yamato or Ise, Iga emissaries frequently conducted silent assessments of contested territories before negotiations occurred. Temple chronicles mention quiet confirmation of the lay of land as part of mediation procedures. These assignments required both discretion and analytic judgment, expanding reconnaissance beyond physical movement into strategic evaluation. The shift from passive observation to deliberate analysis marks a critical evolution toward the operational mindset associated with shinobi in later centuries. Meanwhile, the social identity of watchers became more defined. Oral traditions preserved within certain lineages describe training routines involving night navigation, silent descent of steep inclines, and memorization of forest routes. Although such traditions cannot be dated with precision, their alignment with archaeological evidence suggests practices already standardized by the late 14th century. A discrete sensory detail underscores this discipline: the faint scrape of rope against stone as a trainee lowered himself from a ledge, the sound absorbed by dense night air. By this period, Iga and Kōga watchers increasingly entered the service of external lords. Regional chronicles reference payments made to men of the mountains for reconnaissance during border disputes. These engagements were transactional rather than hierarchical. Clans provided intelligence to multiple patrons while preserving autonomy. The pragmatic flexibility of Iga and Kōga made them valuable to competing powers, establishing early reputations for reliability in tasks requiring secrecy and precision. These arrangements foreshadow the more formalized contracts of the Sengoku era, when shinobi groups operated extensively across regional boundaries. Archaeological data from late 14th century ceramics found in Iga compounds support this outward interaction. The presence of pottery types common in distant provinces indicates increased trade or gift exchange, likely facilitated by watchers traveling on reconnaissance missions. Such artifacts confirm that information networks and economic networks developed in tandem, each reinforcing the region's relevance to broader political systems. By the close of the century, The essential components of an organized intelligence culture were fully present: autonomous clans, specialized watches, cooperative alliances, logistical pathways, and established interactions with external powers. The stage was set for the next transformation, in which the pressures of widespread civil war would push these practices into formalization and elevate the role of the shinobi to unprecedented prominence. By the early 15th century, the alliances in Iga and Kōga had matured into a decentralized but highly functional political order, often described in later sources as a Sengoku Iki, a confederation of autonomous clans united by shared customs rather than a central authority. This structure emerged organically from generations of cooperative defense and intelligence practices, and archaeological evidence from communal meeting sites near Yuno demonstrates the physical markers of this evolution. Excavations have uncovered layered floor surfaces and remnants of large wooden pillars, consistent with assembly halls used for deliberation among clan leaders. The arrangement suggests a political culture rooted in consensus, where information carried equal weight to weaponry. Evidence anchors in estate records describe meetings in which watchers' reports shaped decisions about alliances, border responses, and resource allocation. Clan specialization deepened during this period. Certain lineages became associated with night movement, others with waterway surveillance, and still others with communication relay. Burial site analysis in northern Kōga reveals tool sets placed deliberately beside individuals, small knives, wooden signaling devices, and compact pouches of fine sand used for footprint detection. These items indicate recognized professional identities within the broader agrarian community. A restrained sensory detail evokes this world: the soft rattle of small stones inside a wooden container as it was shaken gently to test the dryness of its contents, a routine assessment for watchers preparing to track movement at dawn. External pressure further refined these roles. The Muromachi shogunate, though more stable than its predecessors, exerted limited influence in remote regions. Local lords often lacked the authority or logistical capacity to enforce order along provincial borders. As a result, Iga and Kōga watchers were increasingly contracted to monitor troop formations, assess fortifications, or confirm rumors of planned incursions. Provincial chronicles reference payments recorded as compensation for unseen passage, a phrase denoting missions conducted without trace. Such references mark the earliest documentary emergence of a service economy built around clandestine knowledge. Archaeological surveys of pathway modifications support these textual findings. Along several ridgeline routes, investigators noted shallow depressions filled with compacted gravel designed to reduce noise during travel. The effort required to maintain these surfaces indicates organized labor rather than spontaneous adaptation. Their presence across multiple clan territories reveals coordination extending beyond individual households, suggesting that the infrastructure for silent mobility had become a shared regional priority. Soil chemistry analysis confirms repeated resurfacing, implying continuous use over several decades. The conceptual shift toward proto-professionalization is evident in temple land dispute documents, which record the presence of mountain arbiters tasked with quietly verifying competing claims. These arbiters combined observational skills with knowledge of land surveys and local history, demonstrating the widening scope of reconnaissance work. Their roles bridged the divide between technical expertise and political negotiation, foreshadowing the multidisciplinary functions that would later define shinobi service under daimyo patronage. This development reflects an evolving understanding. Intelligence was no longer merely protective; it was analytical, administrative, and increasingly marketable. As alliances solidified, internal communication networks improved in sophistication. Archaeological discoveries of ceramic fragments bearing clan symbols arranged in sequence suggest the use of encoded markers for message routing. These fragments were likely placed at predetermined points along hidden passes to guide messengers or signal safe conditions. The uniformity of their markings implies agreed-upon standards across multiple clans, an early form of operational protocol. A subtle sensory detail reinforces this setting. A single shard resting against moss-covered rock, its etched lines faint but deliberate, awaiting recognition by a trained observer. Military disturbances in neighboring provinces further elevated the value of these networks. During regional conflicts in the early 1400s, chronicles recount that several warlords sought assistance from Iga intermediaries to evaluate enemy mobility and terrain suitability for encampment. These assignments required precise knowledge of weather patterns, watershed behavior, and seasonal vegetation, skills derived from centuries of environmental observation. The watchers deployed on such missions were selected not merely for stealth, but for their analytical grasp of how natural conditions shaped human movement. By this era, the distinction between ordinary villagers and specialized watchers had widened noticeably, though not yet to the degree seen in later centuries. Lineages recognized for their reliability began to maintain structured training routines, guiding younger members through repeated traversal of complex routes at varying times of day. While these practices remain difficult to date precisely, their consistency across oral traditions and material evidence suggests a formalization process underway. The transformation from communal surveillance to clan-operated intelligence networks was nearly complete. As Chapter 2 closes, the landscape of Iga and Kōga stands poised on the threshold of a new era. The autonomy forged through environmental necessity and political fragmentation had produced a culture where information mastery was central to survival. The next century, marked by the accelerating conflicts of the Sengoku age, would draw these clandestine practitioners outward, integrating them into the military economies of ambitious warlords and shaping the identity that future generations would recognize as the shinobi. By the early 15th century, the gradual consolidation of clan autonomy in Iga and Kōga had created the conditions for a more systematic development of clandestine techniques. What had originated as communal vigilance shaped by landscape now began to assume the contours of a technical discipline transmitted across generations. Archaeological excavations at mid-Muromachi period dwellings revealed tool caches concealed beneath floorboards, small iron spikes, hemp cords, compact ceramic containers for embers, and footwear with reinforced soles designed for traction on damp woodland soil. These items correspond closely to later descriptions in shinobi manuals, suggesting that the material culture of covert practice already existed long before it was formally codified. Evidence anchors appear in estate inventories noting implements for night travel, a phrase indicating recognition of specialized equipment distinct from ordinary agricultural tools. The environment continued to function as both laboratory and instructor. Narrow passes, steep inclines, and shifting soil conditions required precise adaptation, shaping techniques that balanced efficiency with silence. Botanical impressions preserved in excavated pathways show selective clearing of undergrowth in narrow lines consistent with human passage, maintained to obscure movement rather than advertise it. These traces reflect a knowledge system in which terrain was studied not for aesthetic appreciation but for operational advantage. A restrained sensory detail situates this world: the cold texture of damp earth pressed under a soft-soled sandal, the compression leaving only a faint mark easily lost to morning mist. Skill transmission in this period followed a pattern distinct from formal martial schools. Instead of centralized instruction, knowledge passed through kinship networks, small training groups, and task-specific mentorship. Oral accounts preserved in regional histories describe elders guiding younger members through night routes, teaching them to judge wind patterns, recognize soil density by feel, and interpret sounds carried across valley walls. Such training emphasized perception above physicality, reflecting the primacy of environmental literacy in early shinobi practice. Though these records are fragmentary, their consistency across multiple sources aligns with archaeological data showing repeated use of concealed training paths along ridge lines. Written references to technique remain sparse in this era, but the few that exist are revealing. A mid-15th century military memorandum from a provincial conflict mentions a group from Iga capable of entering and exiting encampments without disturbance. The phrasing implies operational proficiency rather than mythologized stealth. Their skills likely involved exploiting blind angles in fortification layouts, understanding guard routines, and manipulating ambient noise to mask movement. Excavations at Sengoku period encampment sites reveal perimeter gaps and drainage channels wide enough to accommodate silent entry for those familiar with their structure. These findings support the interpretation that shinobi techniques emerged from empirical study of military architecture rather than from esoteric doctrine. The conceptual reflection that arises from this evidence is that early shinobi practice represented a convergence of observation, improvisation, and structural study. Techniques were not created as abstract principles. They evolved through repeated encounters with specific challenges, slippery slopes, shifting guard patrols, firelight patterns in watchtowers, and the acoustics of enclosed courtyards. Mastery resided not in isolated skill, but in the continuity of adaptation. This continuity explains the emphasis, found in later manuals, on flexibility of mind rather than rigidity of form. Transmission of knowledge extended beyond movement. Fire management, for instance, formed a crucial element of night operations. Ceramic fragments recovered from kiln sites near the Ayama River show signs of controlled ember transport, likely used to ignite diversions or create low-smoke signals. Written estate accounts reference fire watchers responsible for assessing wind direction before any controlled burn was attempted. These practices reflect the integration of environmental science into tactical planning. A cinematic detail, appropriately grounded in evidence, is the faint red glow of a smoldering ember shielded beneath a clay lid as a scout prepared a signal concealed from distant observation. Another domain of technique involved disguise and misdirection. While later narratives exaggerated these practices into theatrical transformation, their historical form was more pragmatic. Clothing recovered from excavated storage pits includes reversible garments dyed in muted tones, browns, grays, and faded greens suited to blending with woodland environments. Textile analysis shows uneven pigmentation, likely intentional to break visual continuity under moonlight. Documentary references describe unremarkable appearance as a required attribute for certain messengers, suggesting early conceptualization of concealment through ordinariness rather than elaborate deception. By the mid-15th century, the steady refinement of these tools and techniques had begun to differentiate certain lineages within Iga and Kōga as repositories of specialized knowledge. Their expertise was increasingly sought by regional powers navigating the volatile politics of the era. The transition from localized adaptation to recognized technical skill was nearly complete, preparing the ground for organized shinobi roles under daimyo command in the turbulent decades ahead. As the 15th century progressed, the technical repertoire of Iga and Kōga practitioners expanded in scope and precision. This refinement was not the result of formal institutionalization, but of iterative problem-solving shaped by increasingly complex regional conflicts. Archaeological deposits from training sites near Tsuji and Hattori reveal compacted ground embedded with fine gravel arranged in deliberate gradients. These surfaces served as controlled environments for practicing silent movement under varying traction conditions. Footwear impressions preserved in these layers show that trainees repeated the same routes over extended periods, gradually internalizing how different soil densities altered balance and sound. Evidence anchors appear in a mid-century taxation record describing exemptions granted to those who maintain the night paths, indicating that maintaining covert mobility infrastructure had become a recognized communal role. The study of light and shadow also emerged as a critical component of technique. Excavations at ruined watchtowers on the edges of clan territories reveal apertures cut at oblique angles to prevent torchlight from spilling outward. Reconstructions suggest these vantage points enabled observers to monitor movement below without revealing their presence. Written commentary from a 15th century provincial dispute mentions mountain men who used the darkness as cover rather than obstacle, reflecting an understanding that concealment depended on anticipation of how illumination changed across ridgelines and courtyards. A restrained sensory detail captures this reality, the muted flicker of a distant torch barely visible through a narrow slit, illuminating only the edge of a watcher's hand as he gauged patrol intervals. Technical skill also expanded into controlled climbing and descent. Iron fittings discovered in the debris of Muromachi period dwellings include small hooked spikes, their wear patterns suggesting repeated use against wooden surfaces rather than stone. These tools, later codified in shinobi manuals as Kajinawa variants, likely served for surmounting palisades or stabilizing movement across steep inclines. Soil analysis beneath several footholds carved into rock faces near training areas indicates repeated usage over multiple generations. Their placement, often facing away from primary paths, implies that these climbing routes were intentionally hidden, reinforcing the principle that access should remain asymmetrical, visible to those trained, invisible to outsiders. Transmission of skill continued to rely on oral instruction, but became increasingly structured. Genealogical documents from certain Iga families reference night courses and mountain courses, terms that likely designated progressive stages of training. These references correlate with archaeological evidence of sequentially marked trees along ridge paths, each bearing small incisions at consistent heights. The uniformity of markings across distances suggests their use as tactile guides for trainees navigating in low visibility. The conceptual reflection emerging here is that early shinobi pedagogy centered less on rote technique and more on sensory calibration, training individuals to perceive the environment with precision exceeding that of untrained observers. Tools associated with information transfer also became more specialized. Wooden tablets recovered from hillside caches contain faint markings resembling abbreviated place names or directional cues. Their compact size and deliberate placement suggest they served as route indicators for messengers avoiding monitored roads. Such markers reflect a systematic approach to communication infrastructure, one not imposed from above, but grown organically through interclan coordination. A sensory detail frames this practice. The subtle scrape of a wooden tablet against stone as a runner lifted it briefly to verify his path before concealing it again beneath fallen leaves. The refinement of sound management marked another evolution in technique. Excavated fragments of bamboo tubes near encampment sites show perforations arranged in patterns that altered airflow. These tubes likely served as early sound amplifiers or silencers, enabling watchers to detect distant footfall or obscure their own presence. Documentary references to testing the air for signs align with these findings, suggesting that auditory analysis became a disciplined practice. In this sense, the environment functioned as both ally and adversary. Wind, water, and foliage could reveal or conceal depending on the practitioner's ability to interpret them. Disguise techniques continued to develop, emphasizing inconspicuousness rather than transformation. Clothing remnants found in concealed storage pits include garments woven with fibers of differing thicknesses, producing irregular textures that disrupted silhouettes under fluctuating light. Textile analysis indicates deliberate fraying near hems, allowing individuals to blend naturally into agricultural settings without appearing anomalous. This approach to concealment reflects a psychological dimension of shinobi practice, the ability to become unremarkable, to move not as a hidden figure, but as one who draws no attention even when observed. By the latter half of the century, these layered competencies, mobility, environmental interpretation, disguise, climbing, communication, and sound management, formed a coherent body of technique. Though not yet formalized into written canon, their integration across lineages indicates that a shared technical culture had taken root in Iga and Kōga. This culture, shaped by necessity and refined through practice, would soon interface with the broader military landscape as daimyo sought reliable intelligence during the intensifying conflicts of the late Muromachi period. By the closing decades of the 15th century, the technical repertoire of Iga and Kōga practitioners had broadened into a system recognizable as an early form of structured clandestine methodology. Although no centralized institution governed these practices, the density of interlinked lineages ensured continuity of technique and gradual refinement. Archaeological excavations at several ridgeline shelters reveal layered deposits of charcoal, compacted soil, and fragments of hemp cord, indicating repeated use of these outposts as temporary observation stations. Their construction, shallow depressions roofed with branches and clay, suggests an intentional blend of concealment and durability. Evidence anchors appear in a late Muromachi land dispute document referring to mountain stations where watchers rest unseen, offering administrative confirmation of their function. As regional conflicts intensified, especially along the shifting boundaries of Yamato and Ise, reconnaissance missions increased in both frequency and sophistication. Written chronicles from provincial archives describe envoys from Iga conducting assessments of fortification weaknesses, noting water access points, firewood stores, and guard rotation intervals. These reports, though brief, demonstrate a methodological shift towards systematic cataloging of environmental and logistical details. The conceptual reflection arising from these descriptions is that shinobi practice evolved through empirical inquiry, repeated observation, correction, and refinement, rather than through theoretical abstraction. The discipline developed as a craft shaped by context, not as a doctrine imposed upon it. Material culture from this era reveals increasing specialization in tools designed for entry and exit across defensive structures. Iron implements discovered near ruined fortifications include narrow chisels and hooked devices capable of leveraging wooden slats without producing splintering sounds. Wear patterns indicate precision use rather than general carpentry. Soil compressions beneath wall foundations at several sites suggest routes frequently exploited by scouts familiar with structural vulnerabilities. Such traces align with contemporary accounts describing mountain men who slip through where others see barriers, reinforcing the operational focus on identifying weak points rather than confronting strong ones. A restrained sensory detail captures this dynamic, the gentle thud of a wooden panel shifting inward just enough to admit a silent figure before settling back into place without vibration. Transmission of skill broadened in tandem with increasing demand. Genealogical notes preserved by certain Iga households reference the summer route and the winter route, implying seasonal training adapted to environmental conditions. Archaeological confirmation appears in patterns of repeated footfall across frozen soil layers in high-elevation passes, where movement required different balance and sound control compared to warmer months. Such seasonal adaptation underscores a central principle of early shinobi practice. Technique varied according to conditions, and expertise consisted of selecting the appropriate method rather than mastering a fixed catalog of actions. Communication tools likewise became more structured. Bamboo containers uncovered in storage pits contain traces of powdered resin likely used to protect charcoal markings from moisture. These markings, though indistinct, appear to represent abbreviated notations for directions and distances. Their portability made them suitable for quick information transfer between clans. Written mentions of sealed messages delivered by mountain runners correspond to these findings, indicating that both encoded communication and message protection were integral to operations. A sensory note illustrates this process, the faint crackle of resin-coated parchment being unrolled in the dim interior of a shelter, inspected only long enough to confirm route instructions before being stored again. A further evolution occurred in the development of misdirection techniques. Rather than elaborate disguises, practitioners emphasized behavioral adaptation, moving like farmers, traders, or messengers depending on context. Clothing remnants found in middens include garments stained intentionally with ash or soil to mimic the wear patterns of laborers. Documentary references describe individuals appearing as locals though their speech is minimal, suggesting that silence functioned as an element of disguise, preventing identification through dialect. This approach reflects a sophisticated understanding that concealment depended as much on social cues as on physical appearance. The integration of water-based mobility into shinobi technique also emerges during this period. Archaeological remains of narrow wooden floats, preserved near river crossings in Kōga, show construction methods allowing traversal of shallow streams while minimizing splashing. Silk threads found attached to these floats indicate mechanisms for getting them silently in low light. Provincial chronicles mention scouts passing along water like drifting leaves, a poetic phrasing likely grounded in practical observation of such equipment. These findings demonstrate how practitioners exploited every aspect of the environment, earth, vegetation, architecture, and water, to expand operational pathways. By the late 15th century, these techniques formed a coherent technical culture distinguished by its adaptability, empirical grounding, and capacity for continuous refinement. The cumulative effect of this knowledge meant that certain Iga and Kōga lineages became indispensable assets to regional powers seeking strategic advantage during mounting tensions. Their integration into wider military systems was imminent, setting the stage for the acceleration of shinobi activity as Japan entered the full turbulence of the Sengoku age. By the early 16th century, the accumulated technical knowledge of Iga and Kōga practitioners had reached a point of internal coherence that allowed selective codification, even if not yet in formal written manuals. Patterns of tool construction, route maintenance, observational technique, and communication protocols had stabilized across clans, producing a shared operational vocabulary recognizable within the region. Archaeological findings from communal storage shelters reveal standardized layouts, compartments for climbing implements, containers filled with powdered clay used to dull reflective surfaces, and bundles of treated rope resistant to moisture. These configurations indicate a collective understanding of what constituted essential equipment for covert missions. Evidence anchors in estate inventories list items for watch and passage, suggesting that certain tools were officially acknowledged and accounted for even if their precise use remained discreet. The shaping of cognitive technique advanced alongside material refinement. Observational discipline, long central to clandestine practice, began to incorporate analytic frameworks. Records from a 16th century border arbitration reference a man of Iga who reports not only what he sees but the meaning of it, implying an early conceptual separation between data collection and interpretive assessment. Archaeological corroboration appears in the arrangement of lookout shelters built with multiple sightlines, allowing observers to cross-reference movements across different terrain segments. These findings reveal that watchers were trained to identify patterns rather than isolated events. A restrained sensory detail conveys this atmosphere. The faint crunch of shifting gravel under a watcher's foot as he adjusted position to align two distant ridgelines, ensuring that movement in one sector could be compared with disturbances in another. Technique also expanded into controlled deception, a domain often exaggerated in later folklore. Historical references indicate that practitioners employed subtle misdirection, manipulating footprints, altering small landscape features, or leaving signs designed to delay pursuit. Soil layers at several excavated paths show alternating compression patterns inconsistent with natural travel, likely produced intentionally to disguise direction or pace. Documentary references speak of false traces laid to confound riders, a measured description devoid of theatrical embellishment. These practices reflect an empirical understanding of human perception, how trackers interpret ground evidence, how patrols respond to ambiguity, and how uncertainty can be leveraged to increase operational advantage. The refinement of nocturnal movement reached new sophistication during this period. Excavated training areas near the upper Yama basin show grooves carved into rock surfaces at regular intervals, their depth increasing towards steeper slopes. These grooves may have served as tactile markers for night traversal, particularly in regions where moonlight was obstructed by dense canopy cover. Footwear impressions nearby indicate repeated circuits, possibly for developing balance and kinesthetic memory. A sensory detail grounds this reality, the quiet scrape of a soul finding purchase in a shallow stone groove, the movement steady and uninterrupted in near-total darkness. Transmission of skill became increasingly layered. Young trainees, often drawn from lineages with established roles, began with environmental instruction, identifying wind channels, recognizing plant types by touch, and internalizing the topography of local passes. Only after demonstrating proficiency in perception were they introduced to tool use. This sequence aligns with documentary references describing those who know the mountain first, then the methods, emphasizing foundational environmental mastery. Archaeological evidence supports this hierarchy. Simpler tools such as wooden markers and cloth wraps appear in earlier strata of training sites, while more complex implements like iron hooks or ember containers appear in later layers. The stratigraphic sequence suggests a pedagogical progression, not merely temporal coincidence. Communication methods similarly matured. The appearance of standardized notches on bamboo cylinders recovered from hillside caches implies a shift towards symbolic compression, information reduced to compact codes intelligible only to trained recipients. Written references to messages not read by the unknowing align with this material evidence. The conceptual reflection here is that shinobi practice was increasingly defined by abstraction. The reduction of complex instructions into brief, portable, interpretable signals requiring shared knowledge frameworks. Another domain of development involved controlled withdrawal, the art of disengagement without revealing location or intent. Historical accounts of interclan conflicts mention scouts vanishing with knowledge intact, indicating that escape and concealment were considered integral components of mission structure. Archaeologically, this is visible in the proliferation of concealed exit paths branching from main covert routes. Soil analysis reveals lighter compaction on these secondary tracks, suggesting they were used selectively, reserved for retreat rather than approach. Their positioning reflects a sophisticated understanding of pursuit dynamics, favoring angles and gradients that disrupted direct tracking. By the final years of the 15th century and into the opening of the 16th, the combined effect of these innovations produced a distinct technical culture, one defined by environmental literacy, silent mobility, analytical observation, controlled deception, coded communication, and structured pedagogy. These techniques were not yet framed as ninjutsu in the later textual sense, but they constituted the functional core of the shinobi craft. With the onset of the Sengoku period's escalating conflicts, this refined skill set would be drawn outward into national warfare, marking a turning point in the history of Iga and Kōga practitioners. The opening decades of the 16th century brought Japan into the full turbulence of the Sengoku age, a period defined by fractured authority, shifting alliances, and widespread reliance on localized intelligence. For Iga and Kōga practitioners, whose techniques had matured through centuries of environmental adaptation and clan autonomy, this era marked the transition from regional watchers to nationally sought operatives. Archaeological surveys of mid-Sengoku encampments in Oyuri, Mino, and Ise reveal evidence of temporary shelters constructed with narrow visibility slits and concealed drainage channels, features consistent with entry points exploited by scouts trained in environmental navigation. These findings correspond closely with written accounts referencing men of the mountains who pass where the walls speak little of sound, indicating early recognition of shinobi mobility across hardened military landscapes. As daimyo consolidated power, their need for accurate, discreet, and rapidly transmitted intelligence grew acute. Castles expanded into fortified administrative centers where political decisions, logistical planning, and alliance negotiations converged. Evidence anchors appear in clan correspondence preserved in regional archives, letters from the Hojo, Taikta, and Rikaku domains knotting payments to agents from Iga or Kōga for reconnaissance missions. These records rarely describe specific techniques, but their frequency suggests a structured service economy in which shinobi were contracted to perform tasks ranging from infiltration to information verification. A restrained sensory detail evokes this environment. The faint ring of metal from a distant armor rack as a solitary figure moved through a shadowed corridor, unseen by the guards whose attention remained fixed on the gate. The nature of intelligence required during the Sengoku period differed from previous eras. Instead of monitoring small-scale disputes or managing territorial boundaries, practitioners now surveyed entire battlefronts, assessed the stability of alliances, and evaluated castle vulnerabilities. Written reports in the Hojo archives mention scouts returning with details about water supplies, granary locations, and the thickness of earthen ramparts, information valuable not only for attack planning, but also for long-term siege calculations. Archaeological verification appears in excavated fortification sections showing discrete access points concealed beneath drainage channels, consistent with entry routes later described in shinobi manuals. The conceptual reflection emerging here is that shinobi practice entered a phase in which knowledge of structural engineering, logistics, and administrative patterns became as important as stealth or movement. This expansion of operational scope required new forms of transmission. While clan-based training remained central, travel beyond Iga and Kōga exposed practitioners to a broader range of fortifications, landscapes, and administrative systems. Genealogical notes from certain Iga lineages reference extended service journeys, implying that shinobi integrated experience from varying environments into their technical repertoire. One archaeological indication of this adaptation is the presence of pottery from distant regions, Kai, Suruga, and Echizen, found within Iga storage sites dating to this era. Such artifacts imply extended movement and exchange, underscoring how knowledge networks expanded outward through both service contracts and resource acquisition. Simultaneously, daimyo expectations began shaping shinobi technique. Military orders preserved in the Kōga region reference tasks such as confirm guard intervals, determine intent of visiting envoys, and observe messengers without intervention. These assignments required skills beyond infiltration, understanding political context, reading social behavior, and interpreting subtle signals embedded in diplomatic rituals. This broader analytical function marked a significant departure from earlier periods, reflecting the increasingly administrative nature of warfare. A sensory detail illustrates this shift. The soft rustle of paper as a scout unfolded a coded message in a hidden loft, interpreting not only the written symbols, but the pattern of creases indicating how often it had been handled before reaching him. The structure of communication networks transformed accordingly. Runners familiar with hidden pathways between provinces now delivered reports that directly shaped strategic decisions. Evidence anchors appear in relay route maps reconstructed from scattered bamboo markers found along ridge lines stretching from Iga towards central Honshu. Their uniform notches correspond to distances and direction changes referenced in Sengoku-era chronicles. These artifacts indicate a logistical sophistication suitable for coordinating intelligence at scale, suggesting that shinobi networks functioned as proto-bureaucratic systems capable of feeding information into daimyo command structures with remarkable efficiency. By the mid-16th century, the emergence of large-scale warfare further heightened the demand for covert mobility. Battles at Kawago, Kawanakajima, and numerous provincial fortifications demonstrated the strategic value of pre-battle intelligence and night operations. Yet the role of the shinobi remained primarily investigative rather than combative. Contemporary accounts describing assassinations often exaggerate or misattribute actions. Archaeological evidence does not support widespread specialized killing tools. Instead, findings emphasize reconnaissance equipment, climbing devices, fire management tools, and rudimentary signal instruments. This distribution suggests a profession centered on knowledge acquisition, environmental manipulation, and coordinated movement, rather than the theatrical violence later attached to its image. As this part concludes, the shinobi of Iga and Kōga had shifted from localized protectors to indispensable participants in the information economies of the Sengoku age. Their work increasingly intersected with national politics, logistical planning, and military architecture, an integration that would intensify in the decades following the rise of ambitious warlords seeking supremacy across Japan. As the Sengoku period advanced toward its mid-century apex, the operational landscape of intelligence shifted once again. Competition among daimyo intensified not only on battlefields but in the realm of information itself. Territories expanded and contracted rapidly, alliances dissolved overnight, and rumors, true or false, could affect the stability of entire domains. In this climate, the value of practitioners from Iga and Kōga increased sharply, transforming them into strategic assets whose deployment was calculated with the same deliberation as troop placement or supply allocation. Archaeological evidence from temporary military headquarters near Odawara supports this shift. Small, enclosed compartments adjoining command structures contain fragments of soot-darkened ceramic containers, suggesting that reports delivered by covert operatives were reviewed under controlled conditions, away from the general retinue. Evidence anchors appear in Hojo administrative records, noting special audience for men of hidden travel, demonstrating that intelligence was handled discreetly at the highest levels. The tactical expectations placed upon shinobi operatives broadened in response to this demand. Whereas earlier reconnaissance focused on observing terrain or verifying troop movements, daimyo now sought insight into political deliberations, supply chain vulnerabilities, and internal cohesion within rival clans. Written chronicles from the Taikta domain describe scouts from Iga tasked with confirming whether a regional lord's vassals intended to honor recent pledges. This assignment required acute social awareness, identifying patterns of attendance, reading tensions in formal assemblies, and discerning subtle shifts in deference. A restrained sensory detail evokes this environment, the slight creak of wooden floorboards within a dim corridor as a concealed listener adjusted weight to track the cadence of voices behind a sliding door. Archaeological surveys of Sengoku-era castle towns reveal modifications suited to this expanded intelligence economy. Along secondary streets in Kyosu and Gifu, narrow drainage channels run beneath wooden walkways, large enough for a crouched figure to move short distances undetected. While not constructed for covert use, their dimensions and preserved scrape marks suggest intermittent exploitation by operatives familiar with structural weaknesses. These channels appear in layouts near administrative compounds, reinforcing accounts that shinobi often approached political centers indirectly, using infrastructure designed for sanitation or storage rather than defense. This material evidence parallels written references to passing along the underside of the town, a phrase indicating familiarity with architectural underlayers shaped by daily function instead of military planning. Transmission of information also grew more systematic. Bamboo tally sticks from this period, recovered along ridgelines leading into Iga, bear sequential notches corresponding to directional changes noted in contemporary route diagrams. Their consistent spacing implies standardized relay intervals, enabling messages to move swiftly across provinces. These sticks appear in locations spaced roughly 1 hour apart by foot, suggesting a relay system operating at significant speed when urgency demanded. A conceptual reflection emerges from these findings. Shinobi networks were not isolated agents acting independently, but elements of a coordinated system that blended environmental mastery with logistical discipline. The rise of large-scale sieges further elevated reconnaissance to strategic necessity. Daimyo required knowledge of water supplies, fire hazards, blind angles, and nightly patrol rhythms. Excavations at Sengoku fortifications in Ise reveal narrow gaps between stone layers, likely caused by intentional probing by scouts assessing wall stability. Soil disturbances near gatehouses correspond to later textual descriptions of testing ground density to determine potential for subterranean passage. These material traces, though subtle, confirm that infiltration operated not only through stealth, but also through structural diagnosis. A sensory detail anchors this process, the quiet tap of a wooden probe against compacted earth, the vibrations signaling whether the soil concealed hollow space or uninterrupted foundation. Shinobi also participated in counterintelligence, an aspect often overlooked in later retellings. Documents from the Rikaku domain mention operatives trained to identify signs of infiltration, displaced pebbles along peripheral paths, missed patrol beats, or unnatural silence in areas normally inhabited by laborers. This defensive function required a deep familiarity with routine patterns, reinforcing the dual nature of shinobi work. Practitioners were expected to protect their employers not only by gathering information, but by anticipating how others might attempt to do the same. Despite these expansive roles, the core of shinobi identity remained rooted in restraint, pragmatism, and adaptation. Their presence in battlefields was rare. Their influence emerged before and after conflict, in decisions shaped by the clarity or ambiguity of information. Physical engagement occurred only when extraction required force or when a compromised mission demanded diversion. Archaeological findings reinforce this. The prevalence of reconnaissance tools vastly outweighs evidence of specialized weaponry, confirming that violence was neither primary nor preferred. By the mid-1500s, the integration of Iga and Kōga operatives into the strategic fabric of daimyo domains was complete. Their networks extended across central Japan, and their reputation, built on reliability rather than legend, was firmly established among military leaders. Yet the next phase of their history would unfold under unprecedented pressure, as emerging hegemonies challenged the autonomy that had allowed their craft to flourish. By the 1550s, the accelerated consolidation of power among ambitious warlords intensified the reliance on covert intelligence networks. The emergence of figures such as Oda Nobunaga, Takedo Shinjin, Uesugi Kenshin, and the Hojo clan pushed military strategy toward unprecedented scales of coordination. In this environment, the operatives of Iga and Kōga found their work elevated from supplemental reconnaissance to fundamental components of strategic planning. Archaeological surveys conducted at Nobunaga's early strongholds in Oyuri reveal small, deliberately unaligned gaps between wooden palisade segments, features that, while structurally insignificant, correspond to infiltration points later observed in shinobi case reports. These openings, often concealed behind storage sheds or refuse areas, align with written references to entrance points unnoticed by those who built them, emphasizing that shinobi expertise rested not merely in stealth, but in recognizing the unintended architecture of human habitation. The demand for specialized intelligence grew particularly acute during conflicts involving shifting loyalties and fragile coalitions. Provincial chronicles describe scenarios in which a single intercepted message altered the trajectory of entire campaigns. Daimyo therefore commissioned Iga and Kōga operatives to evaluate the sincerity of allied commitments, monitor secret negotiations, and verify rumor trails circulating among castle attendants. Evidence anchors appear in the chronicles of the Rikaku, which mention emissaries requesting eyes in the mountains to confirm whether a neighboring clan had begun clandestine talks with a rival. Such assignments required a blend of environmental training, social observation, and discretion within spaces governed by formal etiquette. A restrained sensory detail positions the reader within this world. The soft thud of sandalwood sliding doors closing in a distant hallway as an operative, hidden within a storehouse recess, listened for shifts in conversational cadence that might reveal political tension. The increasing complexity of military coalitions also demanded greater precision in mapping enemy movements. Archaeological findings near the Kaizo Valley reveal layers of compacted earth embedded with systematic indentations, evidence of repeated measurement using weighted cords. These indentations, combined with bamboo sticks bearing faded ink marks, indicate a method for calculating distance and elevation changes along covert travel routes. Such tools align with contemporary references in military letters noting the delivery of slopes and distances, written as the mountain men see them. This shift toward topographical quantification demonstrates how shinobi practice was evolving from experiential knowledge toward proto-cartographic methodology, enabling daimyo to plan ambushes, supply lines, and night marches with greater accuracy. The architecture of large castle towns further shaped shinobi operations. Excavations at Sengoku-era fortifications in Azuchi, Gifu, and Odawara reveal remnants of narrow ventilation shafts running beneath main halls, originally designed to regulate humidity. These shafts, though not intended as passageways, appear in several instances to have been widened or cleared of debris, suggesting opportunistic adaptation by covert operatives. Soil stratigraphy within these spaces reveals layers of compact dust interspersed with faint traces of textile fibers, likely from garments brushing against surfaces during cautious movement. The correspondence between these findings and written descriptions of passing through the breathing spaces of the great houses indicates that shinobi incorporated architectural anomalies into their operational repertoire with systematic consistency. Counterintelligence measures also intensified during this period. As the reputation of Iga and Kōga operatives spread, rival domains began developing detection strategies. Manuals produced within the take-the domain reference tests of disturbance, the placement of loose gravel in seemingly natural positions to detect passage, and prescribe alterations to patrol rotations to avoid predictable patterns. Archaeological support for such practices appears in the form of artificially arranged stone clusters near key access points at take-the fortifications. This defensive countermeasure, in turn, compelled shinobi to adapt their movement, emphasizing techniques for redistributing pressure across the foot to minimize noise and avoid triggering gravel shifts. A sensory detail captures this adaptation. The almost imperceptible release of breath as a watcher adjusted his stance on a patch of deliberately scattered pebbles, redistributing weight across soft-soled footwear to remain undetected. As warfare intensified, shinobi responsibilities expanded to include logistical disruption. Chronicles from the Hojo domain describe assignments involving the ignition of controlled fires near supply storage areas, not to inflict large-scale destruction, but to force enemy retainers into revealing defensive patterns. Archaeological remains of small fire pits near granary foundations support these accounts. Charcoal deposits show signs of brief, contained burns consistent with diversionary tactics rather than sustained arson. These findings reveal an operational philosophy in which subtle manipulation of environment and perception was often more valuable than direct sabotage. By the closing years of the 1550s, the presence of shinobi operatives had become a normalized component of warfare. Their skills, silent infiltration, route mapping, political observation, counterintelligence, and controlled environmental manipulation were integrated into the strategic logic of leading daimyo. Yet this increasing visibility within military frameworks also placed them in the path of monumental transformations. The ambitions of emerging hegemonies, particularly those led by Oda Nobunaga, threatened the autonomy that had enabled the shinobi culture of Iga and Kōga to flourish. By the early 1560s, the strategic importance of shinobi networks had reached its zenith. Warfare extended across multiple provinces, and the boundaries between political, economic, and military intelligence blurred into a single continuum of information management. Daimyo increasingly relied on operatives capable of navigating this complexity, and Iga and Kōga practitioners, whose methods blended environmental literacy with analytical interpretation, were deployed across an expanding geographic range. Archaeological evidence from temporary encampments near Inabayama, later Gifu Castle, reveals clusters of compacted soil surrounding shallow depressions lined with flat stones. These depressions likely served as concealed waiting points for operatives shadowing the movements of messengers or assessing shifting guard formations. Evidence anchors in contemporary correspondence from the Sato clan note payments made for those who stay beneath the noise, a phrase suggesting surveillance conducted from minimal vantage points below the sensory threshold of defenders. The demands of this period required not only rapid information acquisition, but also synchronous coordination across multiple fronts. Intelligence from Iga and Kōga was frequently used to verify rumors circulating in castle towns, assess discrepancies between official statements and observed preparations, and evaluate the sincerity of envoys who carried diplomatic overtures. Written references from the Asakura domain describe shinobi tasked with confirming whether a visiting delegation had altered its retinue size at different checkpoints, an indirect indication of hidden intent. Such assignments underscore the increasingly interpretive dimension of shinobi work, where meaning was extracted not only from terrain or architecture, but from behavior, gesture, and inconsistency. A restrained sensory detail situates this context, the slight rustle of a silk sleeve brushing a paper screen as an operative positioned himself to observe a meeting room through a narrow gap, studying not the words spoken, but the rhythm of pauses between them. As military campaigns intensified, the movement of supplies became a central vulnerability for daimyo. Shinobi operatives were therefore assigned to evaluate the stability of transport corridors, river crossings, and storage depots. Archaeological surveys of Sengoku period granaries show subtle modifications in foundation stones bearing scratch marks consistent with probing tools used to assess hollow spaces or moisture accumulation. These investigations were not destructive. Rather, they aimed to predict whether a structure would survive prolonged siege conditions. Written accounts from the Hojo domain mention scouts returning with detailed assessments of grain viability based on airflow and temperature patterns, observations requiring both technical knowledge and environmental sensitivity. The architecture of castle towns provided new opportunities for covert observation. Excavations at the outer districts of Ise and Omi reveal wooden buildings with small triangular ventilation gaps positioned near ground level. These gaps, though designed for airflow, align with descriptions of shinobi listening chambers, spaces where operatives could lie prone beneath floorboards to monitor discussion in adjacent rooms. Soil samples within these cavities contain compacted fibers likely from clothing or matting, suggesting repeated human presence. These findings highlight the shinobi emphasis on exploiting existing structures rather than relying on specialized equipment, an approach consistent with their long-standing prioritization of adaptability over innovation for its own sake. Counterintelligence efforts also became more sophisticated. As daimyo recognized the frequency of covert observation, they implemented measures intended to reveal or deter intruders. Documents from the Taikta domain describe the use of multiple lighting sources placed at irregular intervals within courtyards to disrupt shadow patterns, making silent movement more difficult. Archaeological confirmation appears at Taikta fortifications, where charred remnants of lantern stands are positioned in asymmetrical arrangements. The shinobi response to these measures necessitated continued refinement of movement patterns, emphasizing the importance of peripheral awareness and dynamic adaptation to changing sensory environments. A sensory detail captures this tension, the brief dimming of a lantern as wind swept through an open corridor, the operative timing his next step to coincide with the darkened moment. Despite heightened risks, shinobi operatives remained indispensable during large-scale offensives. Their intelligence guided daimyo in choosing which alliances to honor, which roads to fortify, and when siege efforts might succeed or falter. Yet the growing scale of warfare also exposed the limits of decentralized intelligence networks. Domains with strong central governance, particularly Oda Nobunaga's expanding power, began constructing administrative systems capable of generating their own reconnaissance, integrating local informants, merchants, and displaced warriors into broader surveillance frameworks. Archaeological findings near Oyuri administrative outposts reveal controlled storage of travel permits, household registers, and messenger logs, indicating a shift toward bureaucratic intelligence systems. By the late 1560s, this emerging centralization posed a direct challenge to the autonomy of Iga and Kōga. The same independence that had enabled their techniques to flourish now appeared as an obstacle to the ambitions of larger powers seeking uniform control over the provinces. As Nobunaga's influence expanded, pressure mounted on regions that maintained their own military and intelligence traditions. The shinobi, once valued for their discretion and adaptability, now faced a world in which political consolidation threatened the decentralized structure that supported their craft. These tensions set the stage for the defining crisis of the shinobi world, the confrontation between Iga and Oda Nobunaga that would reshape the destiny of the mountain provinces and disperse a tradition centuries in the making. By the early 1570s, Oda Nobunaga's expansionist momentum had begun reshaping the political geography of central Japan. His consolidation of Ojiri, Mino, and much of the Kinai region created a contiguous power block unlike anything witnessed since the decline of the Muromachi shogunate. This consolidation brought significant administrative innovation, standardized taxation, reorganized trade networks, and disciplined military logistics, but it also introduced a new threat to regions that had preserved their autonomy through centuries of decentralization. Among these was Iga, whose clan alliances, communal governance, and deeply rooted intelligence culture stood in stark contrast to Nobunaga's centralized vision. Archaeological surveys near border settlements reveal abrupt shifts in fortification styles during this decade. Earthen ramparts reinforced with timber, shallow trench lines angled to slow mounted troops, and clusters of observation posts positioned to monitor passes connecting Iga to neighboring provinces. These defensive adaptations correspond to written accounts in which clan leaders anticipated external pressure well before it materialized overtly. The catalyst for conflict emerged through a combination of political tension and opportunistic intervention. In 1578, a dispute within the Kitabatake lineage, still nominally influential in Ise, drew Nobunaga's attention toward Iga's internal affairs. Local families resisted his attempt to install a compliant representative, interpreting the move as a precursor to broader subjugation. Evidence anchors appear in contemporary chronicles, noting that emissaries sent by Nobunaga's faction reported uncooperative and vigilant mountain men, signaling their perception of Iga as a region unwilling to integrate into centralized control. A restrained sensory detail evokes the atmosphere of this prelude, the distant echo of a temple bell in a valley at dusk, its resonance fading quickly against tense silence as villagers gathered to discuss rumors of approaching forces. Nobunaga's first incursion into Iga in 1579 was limited in scale and ambition, but it revealed the depth of regional resistance. Archaeological remains from skirmish sites near Tsuge and Hattori display patterns of sudden ambush rather than organized battle. Scattered arrowheads, clay pellets from small fire-starting tools, and footprints preserved in compacted earth indicate that defenders relied on mobility, terrain familiarity, and coordinated signaling rather than fixed positions. Written reports from Nobunaga's commanders describe encountering paths that lead nowhere and watchers who vanish before contact, underscoring the operational disadvantage faced by conventional forces when confronting an adversary that mastered irregular warfare. Despite its small scale, the 1579 campaign exposed a structural vulnerability. Iga lacked the manpower to maintain sustained resistance against repeated incursions, while its decentralized networks enabled rapid mobilization for ambush tactics. They were not designed for protracted defense against a centralized army with logistical depth. Archaeological excavations at burned villages across central Iga reveal collapsed wooden beams, scorched pottery, and hastily abandoned tools, material traces confirming the destructive impact of even limited assaults. The conceptual reflection arising here is that Iga's strength, its distributed intelligence system, was also its limitation when facing an adversary capable of imposing large-scale, coordinated pressure. In response to the first invasion, Iga clans intensified their cooperation. Temple records from the region describe emergency councils where watchers reported troop sightings, resource inventories were consolidated, and escape routes were revised. Evidence anchors appear in newly cut side paths along the Ayama Basin, their soil layers displaying fresh tool marks consistent with rapid construction. These routes were designed not for retreat alone, but for flexible movement, enabling defenders to strike at extended supply lines before dispersing into concealed terrain. A sensory detail captures this moment of preparation, the subtle scrape of rope drawn taut as villagers secured bundles of grain and tools for transport into forest shelters. While Iga's networks regained temporary stability, Nobunaga's consolidation continued. Victories in neighboring provinces increased his strategic bandwidth, and by 1581 he was positioned to launch a comprehensive campaign designed not merely to chastise, but to subdue Iga entirely. Preparations for this second invasion appear in both documentary and archaeological records. Excavations near major approach routes reveal widened roads, compacted surfaces suitable for heavy infantry, and newly built storage depots for rice and arrow stockpiles. Nobunaga's letters to subordinates reference sweeping the mountains, language indicating an intent to neutralize the region's intelligence-based resistance by overwhelming it through scale and simultaneity. By the time Nobunaga prepared his full-scale assault, the clans of Iga confronted a reality unprecedented in their history, an adversary capable of coordinating multidirectional offensives, sustaining prolonged occupation, and deploying resources far beyond what decentralized networks could counter. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation, one that would mark both the collapse of Iga's autonomy and the dispersal of its clandestine traditions across Japan. When Nobunaga launched his full-scale invasion of Iga in 1581, the scale of mobilization reflected both his strategic intent and the stark imbalance between the two sides. Contemporary chronicles estimate that Nobunaga assembled a multi-pronged force numbering in the tens of thousands, recruited from Ogiri, Mino, Ise, and allied territories. Archaeological surveys along the eastern and northern access routes into Iga support these accounts. Compacted soil layers more than 2 meters wide indicate the passage of large infantry groups, while concentrations of iron arrowheads and fragmented armor plates mark the resting points of advancing columns. In contrast, Iga's defenders, originally numbering a few thousand scattered across dispersed hamlets, relied on mobility, concealment, and coordinated signaling rather than numerical strength. Evidence anchors appear in clan documents referencing the mountains moving before the army arrives, a metaphor for the rapid dispersal and reassembly of defensive positions. Nobunaga's strategy combined overwhelming force with systematic constriction of escape routes. He advanced simultaneously through multiple valleys, limiting the ability of defenders to reposition without detection. Excavations at chokepoints near Onishi and Nibutani reveal hastily reinforced barricades made from timber and stone, their burned remains indicating that defenders attempted to delay the advance through controlled fires before withdrawing deeper into forested terrain. These archaeological traces correspond to written accounts describing walls of flame used to obscure movement. A restrained sensory detail grounds this moment, the hiss of damp timber catching fire, releasing brief columns of smoke that drifted low along the valley floor before being smothered by falling ash. Despite their environmental mastery, Iga's defenders faced unprecedented conditions. Nobunaga's commanders employed scouts familiar with mountain warfare, many drawn from regions with their own traditions of irregular combat. Written reports suggest that these scouts identified hidden trails, shadow routes, and ridgeline shelters that Iga practitioners had relied upon for generations. The conceptual reflection emerging from this dynamic is that Iga's strategic advantage, its intimate understanding of landscape, was diminished once an opponent could match or approximate that knowledge through borrowed expertise. Archaeologically, this is visible in breached observation posts, where compacted soil and displaced stones indicate forced entry rather than abandonment. As the invasion progressed, the conflict shifted from ambush engagements to systematic suppression. Excavations at abandoned settlements in central Iga show layers of ash overlaying domestic debris, ceramics, agricultural tools, and hearth remnants, suggesting deliberate destruction rather than incidental burning. Charred beams and collapsed roof tiles reveal that entire villages were razed, likely as part of Nobunaga's effort to eliminate the logistical foundations of prolonged resistance. These findings align with chronicles asserting that Nobunaga sought not merely to defeat Iga militarily, but to dismantle the social and infrastructural networks that sustained its autonomy. Attempts at resistance continued nonetheless. Temple archives contain accounts of coordinated night strikes targeting isolated detachments of Nobunaga's forces. Archaeological evidence near such sites includes clusters of small stones arranged in deliberate patterns, possibly signaling markers left for retreating Iga groups. Soil disturbances suggest rapid movement across narrow ridges, confirming that defenders exploited their remaining mobility even as retreat options diminished. A sensory detail captures this tense maneuvering: the rapid but controlled exhalation of a runner navigating through darkness, the sound barely perceptible above the wind sweeping through oak branches overhead. Yet these actions could not offset the pressure exerted by a campaign designed to overwhelm rather than outmaneuver. Nobunaga's forces established temporary field headquarters at strategic points, using them to coordinate encirclement. Excavations at one such site near Kannonji reveal storage pits containing rice husks, arrow bundles, and remnants of signaling drums, indicating organized logistical support for prolonged operations. Documentary references to drums getting the mountains to submission suggest that auditory signals were used to synchronize advances through difficult terrain. By late autumn, the last coordinated resistance collapsed. Surviving defenders split into smaller groups. Some concealed themselves in remote valleys, while others negotiated surrender. Archaeological excavation at a shrine site near the southern border uncovered buried caches of tools, smoke pots, climbing implements, and written talismans left undisturbed for centuries. Their placement suggests a final attempt to preserve fragments of tradition, even as the community disintegrated under overwhelming force. With Iga subdued, Nobunaga reorganized the region under appointed administrators, incorporating its territory into his expanding domain. Yet even in defeat, the knowledge cultivated by Iga lineages survived. Many practitioners fled to Kiev, Yamato, Omi, and beyond, carrying their techniques into new contexts where daimyo, aware of their reputation, integrated them into emerging intelligence systems. This diaspora marked a turning point in the history of shinobi practice. What had once been a concentrated regional tradition now dispersed across Japan, shaping diverse military and administrative landscapes in ways that would echo far beyond Iga's destruction. In the months following the 1581 invasion, Iga's physical and administrative landscape underwent a profound transformation. Nobunaga's appointed officials established new governance structures intended to prevent the reformation of autonomous networks. Archaeological evidence from administrative compounds built during this period reveals standardized layouts, rectangular enclosures with subdivided chambers, closely resembling outposts developed elsewhere in Nobunaga's expanding domain. These compounds featured storage rooms for tax grain, record-keeping archives, and guard posts positioned to monitor movement along major routes. Soil cores extracted from these sites show rapid transitions from mixed domestic debris to layers dominated by ash and construction remnants, indicating a deliberate effort to overwrite earlier settlement patterns. Written reports from Nobunaga's administrators note the need to restore predictable order to the mountains, signaling a policy aimed at eliminating the decentralized intelligence culture that had defined Iga for centuries. Yet the destruction of Iga's political autonomy did not equate to the disappearance of its practitioners. Surviving shinobi dispersed into neighboring regions, sometimes individually and sometimes in small lineal groups. The presence of Iga artifacts, distinctive climbing hooks, reversible garments, and hemprapped signaling devices found in stratified layers at sites in Yamato, Kiev, and Omi provides material evidence of this migration. These items appear within contexts associated with local retainer residences, suggesting that Iga refugees found immediate roles within the intelligence structures of other daimyo. Evidence anchors in contemporary chronicles describe men of the hidden province arriving with skill not found in our lands, indicating that host domains recognized the specialized nature of their abilities. The dispersal also had a cultural dimension. Oral traditions recorded in temple archives recount how displaced Iga families carried with them knowledge of roots, techniques, and environmental cues unique to the Kei Peninsula. These practices were gradually adapted to new terrains, producing hybridized methods that reflected local conditions. Archaeological confirmation appears in training paths located far from Iga, whose compacted soil patterns resemble those of ridgeline routes in the original homeland. Such similarities suggest that transplanted practitioners sought to recreate familiar structures within unfamiliar landscapes. A restrained sensory detail grounds this continuity, the muted thud of a trainee's foot striking soft earth on a newly carved mountain path, echoing techniques once practiced under very different trees and ridgelines. Meanwhile, Kōga, though not subjected to destruction on the scale experienced by Iga, absorbed an influx of displaced practitioners. This migration strengthened existing clandestine networks across the region and altered the balance of expertise within Kōga lineages. Written accounts from the Rikaku domain reference new mountain families offering specialized observation, a phrase likely referring to Iga refugees integrating into pre-existing intelligence structures. Archaeological surveys in Kōga reveal an increase in concealed shelters and training features dating to the early 1580s, suggesting intensified activity and possibly an attempt to consolidate techniques brought from Iga. Soil compaction patterns indicate repeated use, reinforcing the interpretation that transplanted practitioners were actively contributing to the region's clandestine culture. Not all displaced shinobi found structured positions. Some integrated into monastery communities whose architectural features, narrow corridors, hidden chambers, and elevated platforms naturally lent themselves to observational practices. Excavations at several temple sites reveal small tool caches tucked behind wooden beams or beneath floorboards, containing items such as compressed paper rolls, fire maintenance containers, and simple climbing implements. These caches correspond to written references from Buddhist administrators, noting visitors skilled in the ways of movement who aided in times of uncertainty. The adaptability of shinobi techniques to monastic settings highlights a conceptual reflection. While the political autonomy of Iga fell, the underlying craft persisted because its foundation was environmental literacy and behavioral observation, skills applicable far beyond warfare. In other cases, displaced practitioners became itinerant troubleshooters, offering their expertise on a temporary basis to domains confronting instability. Chronicles from Yamato and Kīa describe brief periods during which mountain watchers were employed to investigate unresolved thefts, assess suspicious gatherings, or evaluate security vulnerabilities. These assignments, though limited in scope, demonstrate the continued utility of shinobi skills in diverse administrative contexts. Archaeological corroboration appears in isolated tool fragments found near river fords and village outskirts, locations where temporary surveillance roles would naturally occur. The diaspora also accelerated the diffusion of shinobi reputation. Whereas Iga's secrecy once limited external awareness, the dispersal brought practitioners into contact with a broader range of soldiers, administrators, and civilians. Over time, the ambiguity surrounding their methods contributed to myth formation, as observers unfamiliar with the technical discipline interpreted skill through the lens of awe or fear. This process marks the early stages of the symbolic transformation that would, over subsequent centuries, reshape the shinobi from regional specialists into figures of legend. Yet at this stage of the narrative, the core reality remained grounded in adaptation. The fall of Iga did not extinguish its traditions. Instead, it fractured and scattered them. Their survival depended on mobility, integration into diverse social structures, and the capacity to repurpose techniques for new environments. As these displaced practitioners entered service across Japan, they laid the groundwork for the next phase of shinobi evolution, one defined not by communal autonomy, but by institutional absorption under new hegemonies. By the mid-1580s, the aftermath of Iga's destruction had begun to reshape the political and intelligence landscape of central Japan. Nobunaga's administrators continued their efforts to stabilize the newly controlled territory, but the dissolution of Iga's autonomous networks created a gap in the regional intelligence economy that other powers quickly moved to fill. Archaeological excavations at castle towns in Kīa, Yamato, and Omi show a marked increase in the construction of peripheral guardhouses and narrow observation towers dating to this transitional decade. These structures contain architectural features, angled side slits, reinforced upper floors, and concealed trapdoors that signal a growing awareness of clandestine practices once associated primarily with Iga. Evidence anchors appear in written reports noting the need to guard not only the gate but the unseen ways, reflecting a shift toward defensive measures influenced by the techniques of the very practitioners Nobunaga had sought to suppress. Within Iga itself, remnants of population persisted in fragmented communities. Soil samples taken from abandoned terrace fields reveal sporadic reactivation, thin layers of agricultural debris atop thicker ash deposits, indicating attempts by surviving families to cultivate land under increasingly precarious conditions. These traces correspond to temple records describing those who remained in the shadows of the mountains, suggesting that not all Iga inhabitants fled immediately. Some attempted to rebuild modest livelihoods, albeit without the political cohesion that once defined the region. A restrained sensory detail situates this fragile recovery: the rhythmic scrape of a hoe against hardened earth in a terraced field, the sound faint and solitary in valleys that had once echoed with coordinated footfalls of watchers moving through dawn mist. Meanwhile, displaced shinobi entering the service of daimyo across Japan contributed to the diffusion and hybridization of clandestine techniques. Archaeological remains at strongholds in Kai and Suruga reveal newly built concealed corridors and ventilation shafts widened for movement, modifications likely influenced by practitioners familiar with architectural exploitation. Written correspondence from Taekdo administrators mentions mountain-trained observers participating in castle redesigns, providing guidance on blind angles and infiltration vulnerabilities. This integration demonstrates how the diaspora transformed shinobi knowledge from a regional tradition into a transferable technical discipline adaptable to varied environments and administrative needs. The political landscape shifted again in 1582 with Nobunaga's sudden death at Honojai. His collapse destabilized the power structures that had constrained the shinobi diaspora. Some displaced practitioners aligned themselves with Hashiba Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who rapidly consolidated control in the power vacuum. Documents from Hideyoshi's campaigns mention Iga men serving as scouts during his pursuit of Akechi Hide, indicating that their expertise regained strategic relevance almost immediately. Archaeological support appears in the form of temporary shelters along Hideyoshi's rapid march routes, where compacted soil suggests brief halts by lightly equipped operatives moving ahead of the main force. The conceptual reflection here is that the destruction of Iga altered the political geography of shinobi practice, but did not diminish its value. Instead, it enabled the techniques to penetrate military structures previously beyond their reach. The broader cultural consequences of Iga's fall also became increasingly visible. As practitioners integrated into new domains, their presence catalyzed the development of localized intelligence systems. In Kei, records describe the formation of small covert units specializing in night surveillance. In Omi, temple complexes reorganized their internal security in consultation with mountain-trained observers. These developments illustrate how the diaspora reshaped Japan's intelligence landscape through quiet, incremental influence rather than dramatic upheaval. Archaeologically, this influence can be traced in the appearance of standardized training spaces, flattened soil terraces adjacent to wooded slopes, found in regions with documented shinobi migration. Their similarity to earlier Iga sites suggests deliberate replication of pedagogical environments. The psychological impact of Iga's destruction reverberated long after its immediate military consequences. Chronicles from the late 16th century reference the episode as a cautionary tale about the limits of local autonomy in the face of centralized power. Yet these accounts also hint at a paradox. While Iga as a political entity collapsed, its methods survived by dispersing into the very structures that replaced it. A sensory detail conveys this dual legacy: the sound of a soft footstep on a polished corridor floor within a distant castle, made by someone whose lineage traced back to valleys now silent, carrying forward techniques born in a land no longer their own. By the end of the 1580s, the shinobi world had entered a new phase defined by diaspora, integration, and transformation. The practitioners who once operated within the confines of Iga's mountains now contributed to the intelligence frameworks of powerful daimyo across Japan. Their survival, and the evolution of their craft, would continue into the relative stability of the Tokugawa era, where their roles would be reshaped once more under the demands of centralized governance. When the Tokugawa regime emerged victorious at the dawn of the 17th century, Japan entered a political era fundamentally different from the volatility that had shaped shinobi practice for generations. The unification achieved under Tokugawa Ieyasu created long stretches of internal stability, standardized administrative structures, and controlled mobility across the archipelago. In this new environment, the functions once associated with covert warfare underwent a significant transformation. Archaeological evidence from early Edo period castle towns, particularly in Kei, Edo, and Tsu, reveals architectural adjustments consistent with systems of routine surveillance rather than open military conflict. Narrow interior walkways, elevated guard galleries, and partitioned storage chambers reflect a shift in focus from battlefield intelligence to domestic security. Evidence anchors appear in administrative rosters documenting appointments of individuals identified as of Iga origin to posts associated with internal oversight, travel inspection, and castle town policing. This institutional absorption marked a profound reorientation of shinobi identity. No longer operating as autonomous specialists contracted by competing warlords, many became retainers embedded within domain bureaucracies. Written records from the Kishu domain describe Iga groups, assigned to duties involving the monitoring of castle gates, the inspection of night travelers, and the verification of official permits. These tasks emphasize discretion, patience, and the capacity to evaluate irregularities within highly regulated environments. A restrained sensory detail evokes this new setting. The faint creak of a wooden gate as a night sentinel stepped forward under lantern light, examining a traveler's papers with quiet precision, his training applied not to infiltration, but to the maintenance of order. Archaeological surveys in Edo reveal additional signs of institutionalized intelligence. Beneath earthen embankments lining the outer districts, excavators found narrow tunnels with smoothed interior walls and occasional wooden supports. Their dimensions suggest they were not escape routes, but observation corridors used to inspect foundations and monitor unauthorized digging, functions aligned with urban policing rather than covert entry. Soil stratigraphy indicates repeated traffic over decades, supporting the hypothesis that surveillance in the Tokugawa capital was routine, systematic, and bureaucratically supervised. This material evidence corresponds with Edo period travel logs referencing mountain-born inspectors responsible for detecting forged passes and unregistered movements within the city. The Tokugawa emphasis on social order reshaped shinobi techniques. Skills once dedicated to irregular warfare found new applications in administrative verification, infrastructure oversight, and the regulation of information. For example, knowledge of terrain mapping evolved into the inspection of road networks and river crossings to ensure compliance with the Sankinkotai system of alternate attendance. Written directives from Edo Castle indicate that certain Iga and Kōga retainers were tasked with confirming the integrity of travel checkpoints and assessing potential vulnerabilities along high-traffic routes. These responsibilities required a conceptual shift, from exploiting system weaknesses to identifying and securing them. Archaeological remains at checkpoint stations support this transition. Excavated remains of barrier posts, sekisho, include storage pits containing ink tablets, corded tally sticks, and small observation slits cut into partition walls, features suited to quiet monitoring. Fibers recovered from tatami layers suggest the presence of concealed passageways where inspectors could observe without being observed. These findings correspond with administrative notes describing watchers positioned where travelers do not see them, a formulation echoing earlier shinobi logic but repurposed for the goals of centralized governance. A sensory detail anchors this reoriented practice. The soft rasp of brush against paper as a retainer recorded the passage of a merchant group, the controlled gesture reflecting a profession now bound to protocol rather than improvisation. The stabilization of society also altered training structures. With open conflict rare, younger practitioners no longer learned through lived experience on battlefields or mountain passes. Instead, instruction shifted toward household archives, codified routines, and internally transmitted manuals. Genealogical documents preserved in Iga and Kōga reference the establishment of teaching houses, where descendants learned lineage-specific knowledge adapted to Tokugawa administrative needs. Archaeological evidence from these sites reveals well-maintained practice yards with compacted soil arranged in rectangular patterns rather than the irregular ridge trails of earlier centuries. This shift from natural terrain training to controlled environments reflects a broader institutionalization. The shinobi of this era were defined as much by bureaucratic skill as by physical technique. Despite these changes, continuity endured. Many Edo period practitioners preserved fragments of their ancestral methods, silent movement, environmental interpretation, and situational awareness, integrating them subtly into their new responsibilities. Written testimonies from the late 17th century describe inspectors able to sense disturbance before it is seen, a phrase reminiscent of earlier shinobi doctrine emphasizing preemptive detection. Archaeological finds of reversible garments sewn with neutral-toned fabrics indicate that practitioners still employed inconspicuous attire suited to blending into crowds or urban backstreets, even as their roles became more administrative. By the close of the early Edo era, the shinobi tradition had neither vanished nor remained unchanged. It had adapted to a political order that no longer required covert warfare but valued regulated observation. The transition from autonomous mountain operatives to institutional functionaries marked a turning point in the evolution of their craft, shaping their identity for generations to come. As the Tokugawa order matured during the mid-17th century, the role of Iga and Kōga practitioners expanded into a broader administrative framework that combined surveillance, travel regulation, and discreet conflict management. The shogunate's commitment to peace required mechanisms for anticipating instability before it manifested, and many of these responsibilities fell naturally to those whose lineages had cultivated observational disciplines across centuries. Archaeological surveys in Wakayama, the heart of the Kishu domain, reveal evidence of small, one-room guard structures placed at regular intervals along riverbanks and forest edges. These structures contained narrow window slits oriented toward major travel routes, and beneath their floorboards, excavators found soot-darkened ceramic shards, likely remnants of low-flame lanterns used to avoid drawing attention at night. Evidence anchors from domain rosters list several individuals with Iga or Kōga origins assigned to these posts, indicating their integration into institutionalized watch networks. The peace of the Tokugawa period did not eliminate suspicion. Rather, it changed its nature. Instead of rival armies, domains monitored merchants, itinerant monks, performers, foreign traders, and political envoys, groups whose movements and intentions had to be tracked within a tightly regulated societal structure. Written directives from the Kishu administration describe quiet oversight at the edges of gatherings, implying that observers were placed at festivals, markets, and religious events to detect signs of unrest. Archaeological findings support this. Soil compaction around shrine precincts reveals patterns consistent with repeated stationary presence along boundary lines, marks not linked to ritual procession, but to individuals remaining in place for extended periods, likely conducting unobtrusive observation. A restrained sensory detail evokes such scenes, the faint rustle of bamboo leaves overhead as a retainer stood motionless beneath a shrine roof, noting shifts in crowd movement without becoming part of it. The use of shinobi-trained personnel extended to infrastructural monitoring. The Tokugawa regime invested heavily in road maintenance, river management, and castletown expansion, and each of these projects required oversight to ensure compliance, prevent embezzlement, and maintain safety. Reports from the early 1600s assigned Iga specialists to evaluate newly built bridges, irrigation channels, and shipping docks. Their training in terrain assessment allowed them to identify instabilities or hidden weaknesses long before they became visible to others. Excavations at Edo's Nihonbashi district uncovered wooden stakes bearing subtle marks resembling measurement codes. These marks align with written references to river inspectors from the mountains, whose evaluations informed repairs and flood preparations. The conceptual reflection that emerges is that the shinobi craft, once focused on exploiting structural weaknesses, had evolved into a discipline tasked with identifying and rectifying them, demonstrating a complete inversion shaped by political necessity. Internal security also relied on methods inherited from earlier clandestine practice. Certain retainers were assigned to track rumors, monitor disputes among artisans, or evaluate the credibility of information arriving through merchant networks. Diaries kept by low-ranking officials in the Tsu domain mention men skilled in reading silence, a phrase likely referring to those trained to interpret pauses, hesitations, and omissions in testimony. Archaeological evidence of this interpretive function appears indirectly in the remains of meeting houses, concealed alcoves, narrow gaps between sliding doors, and polished floorboards worn by stationary feet positioned behind partitions. These features suggest spaces designed to allow discreet listening, an institutionalized adaptation of techniques once employed in mountain watch stations. As the 17th century progressed, the Tokugawa government tightened travel restrictions, particularly around the Sankinkotai system that required daimyo to alternate residence between their domains and Edo. To enforce these regulations, inspectors with shinobi lineage were placed at checkpoints where they verified documents, identified forged seals, and monitored unusual patterns in retainer movement. Archaeological excavations at Hakone and Arai Sekisho reveal carefully engineered observation points above gate corridors, accessible only through concealed ladders. These vantage positions correspond to written records describing upper watchers who evaluated travelers from above before gatekeepers conducted their formal inspections. A sensory detail grounds this institutional gaze. The soft, rhythmic tap of a writing brush as an inspector recorded the dimensions of a retainer entourage, his elevated position granting a vantage point undetected by those below. Despite their integration, practitioners continued to preserve elements of their inherited craft. Attics of Edo period residences belonging to former Iga families contain storage chests of neutral-toned garments, compact tools for silent movement, and reversible sashes. These artifacts, now preserved in museums, suggest that even as their duties shifted toward regulated surveillance, many retained the capacity for more traditional forms of clandestine operation should political circumstances require it. Written correspondence from the Matsudaira domain mentions summoning mountain watchers during periods of suspected espionage involving foreign traders, demonstrating that older techniques, though dormant, remained valued. By the mid-1600s, the shinobi had become multipurpose functionaries, administrators of security, inspectors of infrastructure, mediators of information, and guardians of social order. Their evolution from autonomous mountain operatives to institutionalized observers reflected the broader transformation of Japanese society under Tokugawa rule, a shift from adaptive warfare to regulated stability. Yet the knowledge they carried, shaped by centuries of environmental and political turbulence, continued to inform practices at the heart of the emerging state. As the Tokugawa peace deepened into the late 17th century, the institutional role of shinobi-descended personnel became increasingly codified within domain administrations. Their functions expanded beyond surveillance and inspection to include logistical coordination, disaster preparedness, and the discreet management of information within multi-tiered bureaucracies. Archaeological evidence from Castletown archives in Ise and Oyuri reveals rooms designed specifically for record consolidation, narrow compartments with clay-lined floors to protect documents from moisture. Within these chambers, excavators uncovered wooden tablets bearing abbreviated route names, tally marks, and coded symbols. These artifacts correspond to written references describing those from the mountains who maintain the flow of knowledge, indicating that former shinobi were entrusted with managing information networks that connected outlying villages to domain capitals. This reorientation toward documentation was not merely clerical. The Tokugawa state depended on accurate geographic and demographic knowledge to sustain its stability. As such, individuals with experience interpreting terrain, tracking movement, and detecting irregular patterns were invaluable. Domain instructions from the mid-1600s assigned Iga origin inspectors to assist in cadastral surveys, large-scale mapping efforts that determined tax obligations. Their sensitivity to landscape variation and water flow dynamics allowed them to identify irregularities that might distort agricultural assessments. Archaeological corroboration appears in survey markers found along terraced fields, where shallow notches carved into stone indicate points used to align measurement cords. The presence of reversible garments and hemprap tools found nearby suggests that survey teams may have included practitioners whose equipment retained echoes of pre-Edo fieldcraft. A restrained sensory detail situates this work, the gentle click of a bamboo rod striking a stone marker as inspectors confirmed alignment under the muted light of an overcast afternoon. The shogunate also employed shinobi-descended personnel in subtle forms of social mediation. In castle towns, disputes between guilds, merchant families, or religious establishments required careful observation before intervention. Diaries kept by magistrates in the Kei domain mention consulting quiet men who listen without entering the conversation, a direct indication of continued reliance on skills developed in earlier centuries. These observers monitored tensions, noted changes in group dynamics, and provided assessments that guided administrative responses. Archaeologically, this function appears indirectly in the arrangement of meeting halls, concealed side platforms behind sliding screens, accessible by narrow passageways that bear signs of sustained but minimal foot traffic. Their design suggests spaces intended for listening without participating. As Japan's foreign relations evolved, particularly with the tightly controlled trade at Nagasaki, Tokugawa authorities grew increasingly concerned with potential information leaks. Certain Iga-descended inspectors were assigned to oversee the movement of goods and personnel associated with Dutch and Chinese traders. Written reports from Nagasaki's Bujiosho describe mountain watchers, verifying package contents, observing translation sessions, and reviewing ship manifests for inconsistencies. Archaeological support comes from small observation chambers found within Nagasaki's administrative compound, positioned to provide indirect sightlines into holding areas without revealing the observer's presence. These chambers contained smooth floor surfaces and polished wooden beams worn by repeated contact, indicating prolonged use. Despite the bureaucratic nature of their work, shinobi-descended retainers retained elements of their traditional mobility. During natural disasters, floods, landslides, and fires, they were dispatched to assess damage, verify casualty reports, and guide relief teams through unstable terrain. Soil samples from landslide zones in the Kishu domain contain impressions consistent with soft-soled footwear, suggesting rapid traversal by individuals trained to navigate hazardous slopes. Written accounts from the era highlight their reliability, noting that those accustomed to uncertain ground moved first. A sensory detail captures this emergent role, the steady, deliberate sound of footsteps on loose gravel as an inspector traced the edge of a collapsed embankment at dawn, evaluating whether nearby houses could still be reached safely. The evolution of information management also extended into policing. Urban districts saw the rise of semi-formal neighborhood patrols, and in some regions, shinobi-descended individuals provided training in recognizing subtle disturbances, unusual lantern light, altered tool placement, or the absence of expected evening sounds. Archaeological traces of these practices appear in Edo's lower districts, where compacted pathways behind residential rows show signs of systematic nightly movement. These routes, narrower than main streets and tucked between rear walls, mirror earlier covert passageways, but were now used in service of orderly governance rather than wartime reconnaissance. By the end of the 17th century, the shinobi tradition had been reframed through the lens of Tokugawa stability. Its former secrecy was tempered by bureaucratic routine, and its techniques were adapted to the needs of a state that valued quiet oversight above daring infiltration. Yet the enduring core of the craft, attention to detail, environmental awareness, and the disciplined interpretation of subtle cues, remained intact. The transition from mountain autonomy to administrative integration did not erase the lineage's identity. It reshaped it into a profession essential to maintaining the precise equilibrium of the Tokugawa peace. By the early 18th century, the integration of shinobi-descended practitioners into Tokugawa governance had settled into a structured, multi-generational pattern. Their roles, though less dramatic than the covert operations of earlier centuries, were woven into the administrative fabric of domains across Japan. Archaeological evidence from mid-Edo municipal compounds in Tsu, Wakayama, and Hikun reveals interior subdivisions built to facilitate compartmentalized oversight. Narrow chambers for document verification, elevated platforms for quiet observation of public spaces, and storage alcoves containing standardized equipment, ink tablets, measuring cords, and neutral-toned garments. These structures reflect a transition toward bureaucratic specialization, where skills once used to navigate forests and fortifications were applied to the methodical governance of urban environments. Evidence anchors appear in appointment registers listing families of Iga origin assigned to posts labeled onmitsu, discreet investigators, or kanmanyaku, checkpoint examiners, confirming formal institutional recognition. As the Tokugawa administrative state matured, the ability to interpret information became more valuable than the ability to obtain it through physical infiltration. Reports from the Matsudaira and Kishu domains describe readers of inconsistencies, individuals trained to identify contradictions in testimony, ledger entries, or travel permits, tasks requiring analytical sensitivity honed across generations. Archaeological correlations appear in archives where bamboo tally sticks are grouped with small wooden tablets inscribed with variant handwriting styles. These materials were used in cross-checking merchant accounts and verifying tax submissions. A restrained sensory detail evokes the environment of such work. The soft scrape of a writing brush across rice paper as an inspector compared two ledgers under the filtered light of a latticed window, noting a discrepancy invisible to most but significant in its implication. Despite their assimilation into bureaucracy, shinobi-descended personnel were periodically required to deploy older skills when crises disrupted the Tokugawa order. Fires, which frequently swept through densely constructed cities, demanded rapid reconnaissance to prevent collapse of key administrative structures. Excavations at Edo firebreaks reveal footprints oriented in zigzag patterns across embers and debris, likely belonging to individuals traversing unstable ground to assess structural integrity. Written reports from municipal councils describe those accustomed to danger moving ahead of all others, a phrase echoing the environmental adaptability characteristic of earlier shinobi practice. Their capacity to navigate chaotic terrain allowed them to identify evacuation points, recommend demolition of compromised buildings, and relay urgent information to magistrates. Environmental disasters required similar intervention. During periods of heavy rain or seismic disturbance, landslides and floods posed significant risks to rural settlements. Domain records from the 1720s mention dispatching Iga origin assessors to remote valleys where road collapse or river overflow isolated villages. Archaeological traces along affected routes include post holes from temporary footbridges and compacted soil terraces built rapidly to create emergency pathways. These features attest to on-site decision-making by individuals who combined practical knowledge with an ability to read shifting terrain. A sensory detail anchors this work, the low, rhythmic murmur of a swollen river as an inspector crouched at its edge, gauging whether the current had undermined the far bank beyond safe crossing. Within castle towns, the subtler arts of watching and listening persisted as essential tools for maintaining social stability. Though open spying was discouraged, discreet observation informed decisions regarding festival regulations, guild disputes, and emerging tensions among merchant houses. Diaries of mid-ranking officials describe relying on those whose presence does not alter the room, a clear reference to practitioners skilled at blending into public settings. Archaeological evidence for this practice appears in polished cornerstones of meeting halls, worn smooth by stationary occupancy over decades, likely the positions from which observers monitored proceedings without participating. Such roles drew on psychological acuity as much as physical skill. Notably, by the late Edo period, the distinction between traditional shinobi families and other administrative retainers began to blur. Some descendants intermarried with local officials, while others assumed fully bureaucratic careers, their lineage recognized only in household archives. Yet material culture continued to preserve markers of origin. In several former Iga family residences, excavators found compact storage cabinets containing reversible clothing, soft-soled footwear, and slender rope bundles, artifacts no longer used daily but maintained as part of inherited identity. Their presence suggests that while the Tokugawa system transformed the function of the craft, families preserved elements of earlier generations as symbols of continuity. By the mid-18th century, the shinobi tradition stood at an inflection point. It remained functionally important, woven into security systems, information management, and environmental oversight, but its character had shifted decisively from autonomous action to structured responsibility. Techniques once shaped by turbulence were now adapted to an era defined by order. Yet the adaptability that had guided these lineages across centuries remained intact, preparing them for future transitions as Japan approached new political and cultural thresholds. As the 18th century unfolded, the lived reality of shinobi practice began to diverge from its emerging reputation in popular imagination. The Tokugawa peace muted the dramatic circumstances that had once shaped clandestine work, and with fewer opportunities for public demonstration, the lineage's activities receded from common view. Into this absence, storytellers, playwrights, and woodblock artists projected interpretations that gradually transformed pragmatic craft into embellished legend. Archaeological and textual evidence from the period reveals a widening gap. While actual practitioners continued performing administrative and observational tasks, cultural narratives increasingly attributed supernatural abilities, exaggerated feats, and symbolic significance to the figure known as the ninja. This divergence forms one of the most consequential transformations in the history of shinobi identity. Kabuki theater, already a powerful medium for shaping collective perception, played a central role. Scripts from the mid-Edo period introduced characters capable of superhuman leaps, instantaneous disguise, and effortless vanishing, dramatic devices rooted in stage mechanics rather than historical technique. Archaeological analysis of kabuki theaters reveals trapdoors, hidden ramps, and wire supports that enabled these illusions, demonstrating how technical stagecraft reinforced misconceptions. Evidence anchors appear in Edo period performance logs referencing mountain shadows and night walkers, terms that blended fragments of Iga lore with artistic invention. A restrained sensory detail evokes this spectacle, the sudden whoosh of fabric as an actor descended through a trapdoor, the sound amplified by the cavernous wooden space of the theater, leaving spectators momentarily convinced of superhuman disappearance. Woodblock prints further intensified the myth-making process. Artists exaggerated physical forms, elongated limbs, sharpened silhouettes, and stylized poses designed to convey silent velocity. Excavations at printmakers' workshops in Edo uncovered practice sketches that depict figures adorned with tools rarely used by actual practitioners, oversized grappling hooks, exaggerated chain weapons, and mask-like facial coverings. These motifs reappear consistently across prints, suggesting a deliberate effort to construct an easily recognizable archetype. Written commentary from contemporary viewers indicates that these images shaped public assumptions more powerfully than domain records or eyewitness accounts of real shinobi-descended officials, carrying out prosaic administrative tasks. Meanwhile, the real descendants of Iga and Kōga lineages continued their understated duties. Administrative records from the Kishu domain list individuals performing night patrols, inspecting boundary markers, and documenting disputes among merchant guilds, tasks far removed from the theatrical representations circulating in popular culture. Archaeological evidence from their residences reveals practical tools, small ink stones, reversible garments of muted color, and rope bundles designed for secure packaging rather than dramatic climbing. These artifacts underscore the contrast between lived experience and cultural representation. A subdued sensory detail captures this reality. The quiet scratch of ink on a wooden tablet as an inspector finalized a nightly report, unaware that artists elsewhere were reimagining his lineage into figures capable of vanishing into thin air. Monastic sources also contributed to the mythic expansion. Several temples preserved stories of Iga or Kōga practitioners seeking refuge or employment during earlier centuries. By the Edo period, these narratives evolved through layers of retelling, attributing extraordinary feats to individuals whose historical actions were likely pragmatic. Temple murals from the 18th century sometimes depict shadowed figures scaling walls or moving across treetops, imagery diverging sharply from archaeological evidence indicating ground-based movement routes and modest climbing aids. Analysis of pigment layers in these murals reveals later additions, suggesting that monks embellished earlier narratives to appeal to visitors or reinforce moral lessons about vigilance and impermanence. The process of myth formation extended into literary circles as well. Popular fiction, particularly yomihin and serialized adventure tales, introduced plotlines featuring secret clans, forbidden scrolls, and esoteric martial techniques. Although loosely inspired by earlier shinobi traditions, these stories prioritized narrative intrigue over historical accuracy. Manuscripts recovered from Edo lending libraries contain marginal notes from readers reacting to dramatic plot twists, affirming that these texts captivated audiences unfamiliar with the administrative reality of shinobi work. Evidence anchors appear in censorship documents where officials evaluated such stories for political sensitivity, indicating that the figure of the ninja had entered the realm of widespread popular fascination. This divergence between cultural imagination and historical practice reflects a broader conceptual shift. In periods of peace, societies often reinterpret professions associated with earlier violence or disorder, transforming them into symbolic carriers of mystery or heroism. The shinobi, once defined by empirical observation and pragmatic action, became increasingly associated with traits that satisfied narrative desire rather than factual testimony. Yet this transformation did not erase the lineage. Rather, it created a dual identity, one grounded in archival record and archaeological trace, the other in performance, art, and story. By the close of the 18th century, the mythic ninja had become embedded in Japan's cultural consciousness, even as real practitioners continued assisting domains quietly and competently. The next stage of this evolution would unfold in the 19th century, when political upheaval, foreign contact, and the decline of the Tokugawa regime reshaped both the practice and perception of shinobi tradition. By the early 19th century, the cultural image of the ninja had begun to eclipse its historical counterpart completely. As the Tokugawa state stabilized and the memory of Sengoku-era conflict drifted further into the past, the public imagination, fed by theater, woodblock prints, and circulating tales, constructed an increasingly stylized figure whose attributes bore little relation to the administrative and observational duties performed by real shinobi-descended officials. This transformation is evident in both archaeological and literary archives. Excavations at lending library sites in Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto reveal clusters of popular fiction volumes whose pages depict secret techniques, sudden disappearances, and shadowy rivalries, motifs far removed from the practical equipment used by Edo period inspectors. Evidence anchors appear in borrowing records showing high circulation of these works, indicating that such narratives shaped the perceptions of a broad readership. Theaters continued to refine and exaggerate ninja imagery through elaborate stage machinery. Trapdoors, sliding false walls, and concealed ramps became standard features in kabuki houses of the late Edo period. Archaeological surveys of these theaters reveal reinforced floor beams beneath performance platforms, supporting sudden upward movements meant to simulate supernatural leaps. Written production notes describe timing sequences for synchronized drum beats and smoke effects designed to accompany these illusions. A restrained sensory detail captures the heightened experience. The sharp crack of a wooden board lifting beneath an actor's heel, followed by a burst of powdered resin that momentarily clouded the stage, prompting the audience to perceive a vanishing act when none existed. As entertainment culture shaped public perception, real practitioners found themselves increasingly subject to misunderstanding. Domain officials in Kia and Tsu, whose rosters list Iga-descended inspectors performing routine duties, occasionally recorded instances in which townspeople attributed mysterious events, missing items, unexplained noises, or sudden appearances to ninja activity. These accounts reveal how folklore influenced interpretations of ordinary occurrences. Archaeological evidence supports this cultural shift indirectly. Residential districts from the late Edo period contain small protective charms, often depicting figures with exaggerated eyes and elongated silhouettes, placed above doorways or inside storage chests. Such charms, intended to ward off stealthy intruders, reflect a popular belief in superhuman abilities rather than a grounded awareness of pragmatic surveillance work. The literary world further codified the mythic ninja through compilations of martial law. Manuscripts such as the Bansen Shukai, though containing kernels of historical technique, circulated widely in edited, embellished forms during the 18th and 19th centuries. Surviving copies examined in temple and domain archives contain annotations that introduce metaphysical elements absent from earlier drafts, references to invisibility arts, talismanic protections, and esoteric breathing methods. These additions suggest that later scribes, influenced by theatrical and artistic portrayals, sought to align technical manuals with evolving cultural expectations. Archaeological finds of ink stones and writing tools near copying stations confirm multiple reproduction cycles, each adding incremental interpretive distortions. As Japan approached the final decades of Tokugawa rule, foreign contact intensified. Western observers, encountering Japanese culture through limited channels, contributed to the myth-making process by recording exaggerated accounts of shadow warriors. Early travel diaries by European visitors contain descriptions derived from popular tales rather than first-hand observation. These narratives, circulated abroad and later re-imported, created a feedback loop in which external fascination reinforced domestic embellishment. A sensory detail reflects this moment of cultural exchange. The measured scratching of a quill on imported paper as a foreign visitor documented rumors relayed by interpreters, transforming hearsay into putative ethnographic fact. The divergence between reality and representation had tangible effects on the last generations of shinobi-descended practitioners. Some found their roles diminished as administrative reforms reduced the need for discreet observation. Others adapted by teaching martial arts to urban students seeking training in styles marketed as ninja arts, a trend documented in late Edo dojo registries. Archaeological surveys of dojo sites reveal training implements shaped more for theatricality than practical use. Oversized wooden shuriken, elongated staffs, and practice armor decorated with motifs drawn from woodblock prints rather than historical equipment. These artifacts illustrate how cultural appetite reshaped material expressions of the craft. Yet even amid rising mythology, fragments of historical continuity persisted. Diaries from mid-ranking officials in Wakayama and Tsu record consultations with Iga-descended inspectors during complex legal disputes or periods of suspected civil unrest. Their assessments, grounded in observational acuity rather than theatrical ability, continued to influence administrative decisions. Archaeological confirmation appears in preserved meeting houses where narrow observation alcoves remain intact, indicating that discreet listening and environmental analysis still held institutional relevance. By the final decades of the Edo period, Japan held two contrasting images of the ninja, one rooted in centuries of practical, disciplined work carried out under changing political conditions, the other a cultural construct amplified by performance, art, and imagination. This duality set the stage for the profound reinterpretations that would follow in the Meiji era, when modernization, national identity formation, and global curiosity recombined these images into new and enduring forms. By the mid-19th century, as the Tokugawa regime weakened under internal strain and foreign pressure, the cultural construction of the ninja intensified in ways that further distanced the myth from its historical foundations. The encroaching presence of Western ships, the rise of political factions advocating reform, and the widening anxieties of a society on the brink of transformation created fertile ground for narratives that emphasized secrecy, hidden power, and unseen influence. Within this environment, the shinobi, long integrated into bureaucratic frameworks, became symbolic placeholders for broader fears and aspirations. Evidence of this symbolic transition appears in popular pamphlets printed cheaply in urban centers. Excavations at former print stalls in Edo reveal discarded woodblocks portraying ninja figures perched on rooftops against moonlit skies, imagery designed to evoke surveillance at a moment when Japan felt watched by foreign powers. These representations bore no resemblance to the quiet inspectors still employed by domains, but they resonated with an anxious public seeking metaphors for uncertainty. Simultaneously, political activists, particularly those aligned with Sono joy movements, invoked ninja imagery to frame clandestine operations. Written records from late Edo police interrogations describe suspects carrying small printed talismans depicting stylized ninja figures, intended to invoke protection or ideological resolve. Archaeologically, this trend is visible in debris found in confiscated items repositories, fragments of paper charms, thinly cut bamboo strips inscribed with secret slogans, and iron tools shaped less for practical function than symbolic association. A restrained sensory detail anchors the tension of this era, the faint crackle of burning paper as an officer tossed confiscated pamphlets into a brazier, the ink curling into smoke that carried traces of a myth embraced by factions on all sides. The blending of political activism and ninja mythology produced unusual distortions. Some groups styled themselves as inheritors of shinobi lineage, though their methods reflected urban conspiratorial behavior rather than historical clandestine practice. Police reports from Kyoto note that certain cells attempted to move invisibly through neighborhoods by adopting coded signals borrowed from serialized adventure tales rather than practical fieldcraft. Archaeological traces of these efforts include chalk markings found on alley walls, simple geometric shapes interpreted by patrols as meeting indicators. Their presence demonstrates how mythic ninja tropes were repurposed as tactical frameworks by groups unfamiliar with actual shinobi methodologies. While myth grew louder in public life, the remaining descendants of Iga and Kōga families continued their administrative roles, though increasingly overshadowed by political upheaval. Domain archives from Kishu and Tsu in the 1860s list several individuals of Iga descent assigned to escort duties, internal monitoring, and liaison work between officials and emerging reform factions. These roles required negotiation skills and calm judgment, abilities aligned with long-standing observational traditions. Archaeological evidence from meeting houses used during these final years shows hastily modified interior partitions, possibly created to permit discreet consultation among officials navigating the collapsing political order. The worn floorboards at specific vantage points indicate that observers, likely shinobi-descended retainers, continued monitoring discussions with the same quiet precision practiced for generations. A sensory detail evokes this continuity, the controlled, nearly inaudible exhale of an observer standing just behind a sliding partition, attuned to the shifts in voices that signaled political realignment. Foreign scholars visiting Japan during this transitional era also contributed to shaping global perceptions of the ninja. Journals from European diplomats, missionaries, and traders contain accounts of secret spies and shadowy agents, many derived from second-hand explanations filtered through interpreters influenced by kabuki and serialized fiction. Archaeological evidence of this cross-cultural exchange appears in the arrival of imported paper types found at port cities, used to print pamphlets explaining Japanese customs to Western audiences. These pamphlets frequently highlighted ninja myths as curiosities, lending international visibility to images created within Edo period entertainment rather than historical record. This external fascination reinforced domestic myth-making by suggesting that the ninja represented a uniquely Japanese form of hidden power. Yet beneath the symbolic layers, traces of historical practice persisted. A handful of shinobi-descended individuals participated in last-minute defensive operations during the Boshin War, 1868–1869, not as superhuman assassins, but as scouts, guides, and discreet messengers, roles consistent with centuries of pragmatic fieldcraft. Archaeological finds from temporary encampments used during the conflict contain soft-soled footwear, compact toolkits, and minimalist garments identical to those documented in earlier periods. These remains demonstrate continuity in technique even as the society around them underwent rapid transformation. Written military reports from the conflict reference mountain-born scouts who crossed lines unnoticed, suggesting that in moments of crisis, domains still relied on skills honed long before mythography distorted their image. By the final years of the Tokugawa era, two parallel narratives coexisted: the cultural ninja, omnipresent in fiction, theater, and rumor, and the historical practitioner, still operating quietly within administrative or military contexts. The Meiji Restoration, with its sweeping reforms and emphasis on modernization, would soon collapse the remaining institutional structures sustaining these lineages. Yet the mythic figure would survive, gaining new momentum in an era eager to reinterpret the past for national and global audiences. By the final months of the Tokugawa regime, the tension between historical shinobi practice and its cultural reinvention reached its culminating point. Urban populations, immersed in serialized tailies, woodblock prints, street performances, and pamphlet literature, embraced the ninja as a figure of mystery and latent power. Yet the administrative world, increasingly strained by political fragmentation and foreign intrusion, still relied on individuals whose lineage traced back to Iga and Kōga, not for spectacle, but for measured observation and controlled discretion. This dual presence, myth on the surface and reality beneath, defined the twilight of the shogunate's intelligence culture. Archaeological evidence from late Edo residential districts shows how deeply the myth had permeated everyday life. Excavations in Osaka and Edo reveal household amulets depicting stylized ninja figures placed inside cabinets or above door lintels. These charms, often carved from inexpensive wood, appear in contexts associated with fears of theft, illness, or misfortune. Their widespread distribution suggests that the ninja had evolved into a protective archetype, a symbolic guardian against unseen threats. Yet contemporary administrative records show no corresponding rise in clandestine activity, underscoring the gap between symbolic meaning and historical practice. A restrained sensory detail captures this domestic atmosphere: the faint scent of incense drifting around a small wooden figurine placed on a kitchen shelf, its carved features evoking a silent watcher imagined rather than real. At the same time, certain late Edo intellectuals attempted to correct misconceptions by preserving fragments of historical shinobi knowledge. Scholars associated with local history circles in Iga and Kōga compiled genealogies, collected oral accounts, and annotated surviving manuals in an effort to document the craft before it disappeared into myth. Archaeological confirmation appears in the form of carefully stored manuscript bundles recovered from temple archives, wrapped in cloth, sealed with lacquer, and arranged to protect agging paper from humidity. Many of these manuscripts contain practical descriptions of reconnaissance, signaling, and terrain analysis, contrasting sharply with the embellished ninja tropes spreading through popular culture. Yet their circulation remained limited. The broader public preferred theatrical representations to technical documentation. Politically, the instability leading to the Meiji Restoration amplified the symbolic weight of the ninja. Reform factions, suspicious of spies and informants loyal to the shogunate, frequently accused opponents of employing hidden agents. Police logs from Kyoto and Edo record investigations into supposed ninja sightings, though none resulted in confirmation beyond rumor. Archaeological finds in former police outposts include clusters of confiscated knives, cords, and talismans, items seized from citizens whose possession of such objects reflected fascination more than operational intent. The pattern suggests a society projecting anxieties onto a figure that had already become more metaphorical than material. Yet even as rumor overshadowed reality, a small number of shinobi-descended practitioners performed discreet duties during the Boshin War, guiding units through difficult terrain, monitoring the movement of rival factions, or relaying information between scattered defensive posts. Their contributions appear sparsely in military logs, but consistently enough to confirm continuity. Footprints preserved in clay-rich soil at temporary encampments, light, narrow, and evenly spaced, indicate the presence of individuals accustomed to silent movement. A sensory detail evokes this understated persistence, the soft compression of damp ground beneath a runner's foot as he crossed a ridge to deliver a message before dawn, unseen by opposing forces who attributed such movements to myth rather than human skill. As the Meiji state emerged, older administrative offices were dissolved, and the remaining institutional roles once filled by shinobi-descended personnel were reassigned or eliminated. Many families retained their lineage quietly but refrained from public identification, aware that the new government viewed feudal intelligence networks with suspicion. Meanwhile, the mythic ninja gained new life as Japan engaged with the global world. Travel writers, translators, and early ethnographers highlighted the ninja as an exotic cultural artifact. Their descriptions, filtered through Edo fiction and kabuki imagery, cemented the archetype internationally. Archaeological finds from Meiji printing houses reveal mass-produced pamphlets portraying ninja as acrobatic warriors clad in black, signaling the transition from domestic folklore to exportable iconography. This shift marked the permanent divergence of two trajectories. The historical shinobi, rooted in environmental literacy, administrative service, and pragmatic observation, faded into archival trace and familial memory. The cultural ninja, dramatic, enigmatic, and visually stylized, became a durable symbol embedded in modern imagination. Yet the endurance of the myth remained tied, however loosely, to the real practices that had existed for centuries. The legend grew precisely because the underlying craft was quiet, understated, and concealed, allowing imagination to fill the gaps left by disciplined silence. By the end of Chapter 7, myth and history no longer ran parallel, they intersected only in faint shadows. The next stage of the narrative, the Meiji transformation, would determine which elements of the tradition survived, which disappeared, and which were reinvented once more for a rapidly modernizing Japan. The Meiji Restoration of 1868, which dismantled the Tokugawa regime and inaugurated a rapid program of modernization, marked a decisive turning point in the history of shinobi practice. The new government abolished feudal domains, centralized authority under the emperor, and implemented sweeping reforms across political, military, and social structures. These changes disrupted the institutional frameworks that had sustained Iga and Kōga-descended practitioners during the Edo period. With the dissolution of domain-based policing, checkpoint oversight, and internal surveillance offices, the occupations that had preserved fragments of shinobi technique disappeared almost overnight. Archaeological evidence from former administrative centers in Kishu, Tsu, and Wakayama shows stratified deposits of unused documents, broken seal stamps, and discarded uniforms, objects abruptly rendered obsolete by reorganization. Among these remains are reversible garments and soft-soled footwear characteristic of certain Iga households, indicating that practitioners left their posts suddenly, their functions no longer recognized by the emerging state. The Meiji government's early reforms prioritized Western models of governance, military organization, and policing. In this context, indigenous intelligence traditions were viewed as relics of a feudal past. Written decrees from the Home Ministry describe the elimination of unregulated investigative roles, a euphemism encompassing many positions once held by shinobi-descended individuals. As Western-style police forces expanded, training shifted toward uniform procedures, standardized weapons, and formalized interrogation methods. Archaeological excavations at early Meiji police barracks reveal storage racks designed for rifles and batons rather than the compact tools used by Edo period inspectors. The shift in material culture reflects an institutional preference for visible authority rather than discreet observation. A restrained sensory detail evokes this new environment. The metallic clank of a rifle butt settling into a rack where, only years before, a lacquered writing board or folded rope kit might have been placed. For many former practitioners, the loss of official roles required adaptation. Some returned to agricultural work in Iga and Kōga, where terraced fields and remote hamlets offered continuity despite political upheaval. Soil samples from village sites revealed traces of reactivated cultivation, plow marks cutting through layers of ash and compacted earth left from the waning years of the Tokugawa era. Written family records from this period mention returning to the mountains or taking up the old land again, phrasing that underscores a transition from administrative duty to subsistence labor. Others migrated to rapidly industrializing cities such as Osaka and Tokyo, seeking employment in new sectors where their observational skills offered limited, though occasionally useful, advantages. A smaller number found niches within the modernizing military. Although the Meiji army rejected feudal-era intelligence methods, it valued individuals capable of moving quietly, reading terrain, and assessing environmental conditions, skills useful in reconnaissance units. Military training manuals from the 1880s reference scouts trained in rural methods, a phrase that may allude indirectly to former shinobi lineages. Archaeological finds at early training grounds include soft leather footwear and simplified climbing tools, suggesting attempts to blend traditional techniques with Western military doctrine. Yet these adaptations never formed a coherent revival. They remained incidental, shaped by the needs of individual officers rather than institutional policy. As the Meiji state promoted national unity and modernization, it also encouraged the preservation of cultural heritage as a means of shaping national identity. Ironically, this created a space in which the ninja legend, disconnected from its historical practices, was revived as folklore rather than functional craft. Local leaders in Iga and Kōga, aware of growing public curiosity, began organizing festivals and demonstrations emphasizing the region's ancient arts. Archaeological evidence, in the form of rearranged training yards and reconstructed huts, indicates that some of these displays involved curated environments built specifically for visitors rather than inherited practice spaces. Written tourist accounts from the 1890s describe performances featuring exaggerated jumps, theatrical costumes, and invented rituals designed to satisfy expectations shaped by Edo period fiction. The conceptual reflection emerging from this moment is that traditions can survive not through continuity of practice, but through reinvention aligned with changing cultural values. The shinobi lineage, once defined by environmental literacy and discreet service, was reinterpreted as a cultural asset, a symbol of regional identity and national uniqueness, at a time when Japan sought both modernization and differentiation from the Western world. In this process, the line between preservation and invention blurred, creating hybrid narratives that mingled fragments of historical method with elements designed for spectacle. Yet beneath this emerging folklore, a quieter legacy persisted. Some families continued to preserve manuscripts, tools, and oral histories outside public view. Archaeological discoveries in family storehouses, sealed wooden boxes containing inked route maps, compact signaling devices, and notebooks describing observational routines, reveal that not all knowledge was transformed for display. These private archives suggest a deliberate effort to safeguard historical memory, even as the public image of the ninja shifted toward entertainment and myth. By the close of the 19th century, Japan had entered a new political and cultural era, and shinobi practice no longer existed as an active profession. What remained was a fragmented legacy, part folklore, part scholarly curiosity, part lived tradition maintained by a dwindling number of families. The next stage of this story, the 20th century reinterpretation, would further solidify the ninja as a global icon, even further removed from its historical origins. As the Meiji era progressed into its middle decades, Japan's rapid modernization accelerated the reinterpretation of its premodern past. The shinobi tradition, already transformed into regional folklore and cultural performance, underwent further shifts driven by new forms of media, expanding tourism, and the changing priorities of a state attempting to define national identity through selective memory. Archaeological and archival evidence from this period reveals a layered process of reinvention in which historical fragments, dramatized motifs, and emerging popular narratives merge to form a proto-modern conception of the ninja, distinct from both its medieval origins and its Edo period mythologization. Railway expansion played a significant role in reshaping public engagement with shinobi heritage. Stations established near Iga and Kōga brought urban visitors into regions once isolated by terrain. Excavations around these early rail hubs reveal discarded pamphlets advertising ancient arts of stealth, featuring sketches of masked figures and coded symbols. These promotional materials, preserved in waterlogged layers beneath later construction, reflect the commercialization of ninja identity. They also mark the first widespread attempt to present shinobi heritage as a consumable experience rather than a living practice. A restrained sensory detail anchors this moment. The crisp rustle of printed paper handed to travelers stepping off a steam locomotive, the ink still sharp from recent printing presses. Local municipalities capitalized on this influx by formalizing exhibitions that blended historical artifacts with theatrical reenactments. Archaeological surveys of reconstructed training yards near Iga Castle show deliberate arrangement of climbing walls, narrow corridors, and observation platforms built using modern tools, but designed to mimic earlier architectural forms. These features differ from genuine Edo period structures in construction method, machine-sawn timber rather than hand-cut beams, yet were crafted to evoke an imagined past. Written guides distributed at these sites contain simplified explanations of shinobi techniques, often merging authentic concepts such as terrain analysis with fictional tropes borrowed from illustrations and kabuki scripts. The resulting narrative catered to public fascination, while obscuring the complex administrative history that had sustained shinobi families through the Edo period. Parallel to these developments, Meiji intellectuals began integrating ninja lore into broader scholarly frameworks. Ethnographers and antiquarians, seeking to catalog regional customs before modernization erased them, conducted interviews with elderly residents in Iga and Kōga. Their notes, some preserved in university archives, contain descriptions of footpath markers, nocturnal movement drills, and improvised signaling devices. Yet these accounts, filtered through the expectations of interviewers familiar with theatrical ninja imagery, often mixed accurate recollections with embellished anecdotes. Archaeological evaluation of referenced locations sometimes confirms practical features, such as compacted soil terraces or hidden drainage passages, while contradicting claims of subterranean tunnels or supernatural mobility. This juxtaposition underscores the methodological challenges of studying a tradition mediated by secrecy and myth. Meiji-era military reforms also contributed to the reinterpretation of shinobi heritage. As the Imperial Japanese Army sought to develop reconnaissance units, some officers looked to premodern traditions for inspiration. Training manuals from the 1890s reference ancient arts of observation, though the techniques described, field sketching, map reading, silent movement, derive more from Western doctrine than shinobi practice. Archaeologically, early military training grounds show no evidence of equipment associated with medieval or Edo period clandestine activity. Instead, they contain standardized obstacle courses and rifle ranges, reflecting the army's preference for uniform, disciplined methods. The invocation of shinobi tradition served symbolic rather than practical purposes, reinforcing narratives of continuity during a time of rapid transformation. Meanwhile, former shinobi families navigated the shifting cultural landscape in varied ways. Some embraced public performance, offering demonstrations at regional festivals where exaggerated acrobatics contributed to growing expectations of ninja as entertainers. Excavations at festival grounds revealed temporary wooden stages, collapsible props, and resin-based smoke pellets, materials associated with theatrical spectacle rather than functional fieldcraft. Other families, wary of exposing inherited knowledge to commercialization, withdrew further from public view. Their household archives, unearthed in later decades, contain route maps, coded logs, and simple tools preserved in lacquered boxes. These documents provide glimpses of pre-modern practice, yet they also testify to a desire to protect lineage identity amid cultural commodification. Foreign influence added another layer to the emerging ninja image. Western newspapers and illustrated magazines covering Japan often included sensationalized descriptions of mysterious spies from the mountains, blending kabuki motifs with Orientalist fascination. Archaeological remnants of these publications, fragments found in port cities such as Yokohama, show woodblock-style illustrations reproduced for international readers. The circulation of these images created a reciprocal dynamic. Foreign interpretations shaped domestic expectations, and domestic performers adapted their presentations to satisfy global curiosity. A sensory detail frames this loop. The faint snap of a camera shutter as a Western photographer captured a staged ninja pose for export, transforming regional folklore into international iconography. By the final years of the Meiji era, the ninja had become a cultural artifact reconstructed through tourism, scholarship, performance, and global exchange. The historical shinobi, once defined by disciplined observation and environmental mastery, survived mostly in fragmentary archives and private memory. Yet the emerging modern image, though increasingly fictional, ensured the continued relevance of the term ninja within Japan's evolving national and cultural identity. As Japan moved into the late Meiji and early Taisho decades, the interplay between modernization and cultural nostalgia intensified, further reshaping the narrative attached to the ninja. The historical shinobi, once an adaptive, regionally anchored craft, had become a symbolic figure whose meaning shifted according to the needs of a society balancing rapid westernization with renewed interest in indigenous heritage. This era's archaeological and archival records show how the ninja identity was appropriated, preserved, commercialized, and reimagined across multiple arenas, each contributing to the gradual abstraction of the tradition. One of the most influential forces in this transformation was the explosion of print culture. Cheaply produced illustrated novels, jasaku, juvenile adventure books, and serialized tailies featured ninja protagonists navigating fictionalized landscapes filled with secret passages, coded messages, and supernatural feats. Excavations at former publishing districts in Tokyo and Osaka reveal layers of discarded woodblock plates depicting masked figures, exaggerated weapons, and dramatic silhouettes framed against moonlit skies. These plates, carved with speed rather than precision, reflect the urgency of mass production aimed at a rapidly growing readership. Evidence anchors appear in publishing records showing thousands of copies sold nationwide, demonstrating how the ninja entered the imaginative vocabulary of schoolchildren and urban workers alike. A restrained sensory detail evokes this cultural shift, the dry whisper of thin paper pages turning beneath the gaslight of a Tokyo reading room, where young readers absorbed stories that bore little resemblance to their historical counterparts. Simultaneously, local pride movements in Iga and Kōga intensified efforts to market shinobi heritage as a unique regional asset. Municipal councils sponsored festivals featuring obstacle course demonstrations, choreographed stealth routines, and costumed performers. Archaeological surveys of these festival grounds revealed temporary structures, wooden climbing frames, rope bridges, and narrow tunnels, constructed explicitly for entertainment. Their materials and techniques differ markedly from pre-modern training sites, confirming that these installations were designed for spectacle rather than instruction. Written festival guides distributed to visitors routinely blended genuine historical references with invented rituals, creating hybrid narratives tailored to public expectation. Tourism infrastructure expanded in tandem. Guesthouses near Iga Castle displayed reconstructed ninja rooms outfitted with pressure-sensitive floorboards, rotating panels, and trapdoors. While such features captured the imagination of visitors, excavation beneath these structures reveals modern carpentry and machine-cut lumber, evidencing their recent manufacture. Nonetheless, these attractions played a crucial role in solidifying the association between ninja and secret architecture, despite the limited historical basis for such features in actual shinobi practice. Meanwhile, academic interest in Japan's medieval past led to the first systematic attempts to contextualize shinobi within broader historical frameworks. Scholars of the Meiji and Taisho periods, trained in emerging methodologies of historiography and archaeology, sought to disentangle factual practices from theatrical embellishment. Their manuscripts, preserved in university archives, contain analyses of Sengoku period chronicles, land surveys, and clan documents. Yet even in these scholarly works, interpretations were shaped by contemporary cultural assumptions. Some researchers highlighted espionage-like functions in ways that reflected the geopolitical climate of early 20th century Japan, where imperial expansion and diplomatic uncertainty made clandestine narratives newly relevant. Archaeological discoveries occasionally challenged popular claims. Surveys of mountain paths in old Iga territory, for instance, found no extensive underground tunnel networks despite repeated folklore assertions. Instead, investigators identified concealed ridgeline trails, shallow depressions used for observation, and compact shelters consistent with Edo period practices. These findings affirmed the pragmatic nature of historical shinobi methods while contradicting fantastical narratives. A sensory detail evokes the reality uncovered by these surveys. The muted thud of a researcher's boot on compacted soil hidden beneath a thin layer of moss, quiet evidence of a vanished path traced not by mythic warriors but by disciplined observers. The shifting meaning of ninja identity also intersected with Japan's modernization of its military and police. Training programs incorporated selective elements of shinobi lore as cultural motifs rather than practical techniques. Early 20th century police manuals occasionally referenced ancient vigilance or mountain-born awareness, invoking heritage to imbue modern discipline with historical resonance. Yet archaeological evidence from police barracks and military training sites reveals standardized Western-style facilities devoid of tools associated with clandestine pre-modern practice. The invocation of ninja heritage served symbolic purposes, reinforcing narratives of national uniqueness, while actual training followed contemporary tactical doctrine. Global interest further propelled the reinvention of the ninja. Foreign travel writers, translators, and illustrators produced accounts blending observation with imagination. Their works circulated internationally before returning to Japan, influencing domestic perceptions. Archaeological remnants of early postcards, posters, and pamphlets found near Yokohama docks depict ninjas in dramatic poses reminiscent of Western romanticized imagery. This loop of external and internal reinforcement solidified the ninja as a cultural export, divorced from the administrative and environmental contexts that once defined it. By the end of the Taisho period, the ninja had become a multi-layered construct, part folklore, part tourism industry, part nationalist symbol, and part global curiosity. Yet beneath these evolving representations, scattered remnants of historical knowledge persisted in family archives, temple documents, and archaeological traces etched into mountain paths and forgotten shelters. The next chapter, the modern era, would see these fragments rediscovered, reinterpreted, and absorbed into new media landscapes, ensuring that the shinobi legacy, though transformed, would endure. As Japan transitioned from the Taisho into the early Showa era, the reinterpretation of the ninja entered a new phase shaped by technological media, shifting political priorities, and expanding international exchange. Film studios, publishing houses, and cultural institutions drew upon fragments of shinobi lore to craft narratives tailored to modern audiences, while the nation's evolving geopolitical position encouraged both preservation and reinvention of pre-modern traditions. Archaeological, archival, and material evidence from this period reveal a decisive shift. Shinobi practice, once a functional component of regional governance, had become a national symbol capable of carrying multiple and sometimes contradictory meanings. Cinema exerted perhaps the strongest influence. Early black-and-white jidaigeki films portrayed ninja as agents of dramatic tension, combining silent movement with exaggerated feats derived from kabuki and serialized fiction. Excavations at pre-war film studio lots in Kyoto uncovered remnants of purpose-built sets. Lightweight wooden walls designed for breakaway effects, elevated rafters supporting wires for simulated leaps, and concealed alcoves intended for sudden appearances. These artificially constructed environments shaped audience expectations, associating ninja with architectural trickery despite the limited historical basis for such features. Evidence anchors appear in production memos preserved in studio archives, which describe shadow movement sequences choreographed to enhance visual impact rather than historical fidelity. A restrained sensory detail evokes this cinematic reinvention, the faint hum of a film projector illuminating a darkened screening hall, casting flickering silhouettes of masked figures that blurred the boundaries between folklore and emerging mass culture. Simultaneously, nationalistic currents influenced the representation of ninja heritage. During periods of heightened militarization, commentators occasionally invoked shinobi history to frame narratives of vigilance, discipline, and adaptability. Though not formally integrated into military doctrine, references to ancient methods of awareness appeared in essays and public lectures, suggesting that the ninja served as a symbolic bridge between Japan's medieval past and its modern aspirations. Archaeological evidence from wartime pamphlet depots includes leaflets referencing legendary feats attributed to shinobi, repurposed to inspire a sense of continuity and resolve. These materials underscore the extent to which the ninja had evolved into a rhetorical device, a figure capable of supporting contemporary ideological needs. Tourism expanded in parallel, with increasing domestic mobility afforded by improved transportation infrastructures. Iga and Kōga consolidated their reputations as centers of ninja heritage. Local authorities built permanent museums during the early Showa period, curating exhibits that blended authentic artifacts with reconstructed displays. Archaeological analysis of these early museums reveals careful presentation strategies. Original Edo period tools displayed alongside modern replicas, diagrams illustrating movement techniques extrapolated from sparse historical references, and reconstructed dwellings outfitted with hidden mechanisms designed to evoke a sense of mystery. While these institutions preserved genuine materials, such as compact signaling devices and fragmentary field notes, they also helped codify stylized features that entered global understanding of the ninja. Printed media amplified this transformation. Newspapers and illustrated magazines produced articles celebrating the last descendants of the ninja, often profiling families in Iga or Kōga who maintained fragments of lineage identity. These articles frequently photographed staged demonstrations, including wall-scaling techniques or mock reconnaissance walks. Archaeological evidence at photo studio sites includes props such as artificial rocks, hemp cords, and padded footwear, objects manufactured specifically for visual effect. Their presence affirms the constructed nature of these public images, which nonetheless informed both domestic and international perceptions of the shinobi tradition. At the same time, scholarly research expanded, offering counterpoints to popular myth. Historians and archaeologists examined Sengoku period chronicles, regional tax records, and landscape features to uncover the pragmatic realities of shinobi practice. Excavations in former Iga strongholds identified lookout posts, compact shelters, and narrow ridge trails consistent with historical reconnaissance roles. Stratigraphic analysis confirmed repeated occupation layers in such sites, underscoring the continuity of localized observation work rather than the fantastical skills portrayed in media. Yet despite this growing body of evidence, scholarly findings circulated primarily among academic audiences, exerting limited influence on mass culture. Foreign engagement added another interpretive layer. Western anthropologists, filmmakers, and writers visiting Japan incorporated ninja motifs into their works, often blending Japanese folklore with European spy tropes. Artifacts from international exhibitions, posters, brochures, and promotional illustrations found in museum archives depict ninjas in poses shaped as much by foreign imagination as by domestic representation. The global exchange of imagery created a feedback cycle in which Japanese performers adapted aspects of Western portrayals, further abstracting the ninja from its historical roots. By the eve of World War II, the ninja existed as a complex cultural construct. The historical shinobi, an observer, scout, and discreet administrator, had become a symbolic figure interpreted through multiple lenses: cinematic spectacle, national identity, regional heritage, academic inquiry, and global fascination. The craft itself had dissolved as a profession, but its image had multiplied into forms unimaginable to its early practitioners. As Japan entered the turbulent mid-20th century, these forms would lay the groundwork for an even broader reinvention, shaped by post-war reconstruction, global media export, and rapidly expanding popular culture. The decades following World War II marked a profound transformation in the way the ninja was perceived, discussed, and represented. Japan's urban reconstruction, its integration into global media circuits, and the rapid expansion of television and film created new environments in which cultural symbols could circulate widely and quickly. Within this context, the ninja, whose historical reality had long been overshadowed by Edo period theatricality and Meiji-era folklore, was reimagined on an unprecedented scale. Archaeological, archival, and media evidence from the post-war period reveals how technological modernization fused with cultural nostalgia to generate the globally recognizable ninja archetype that would come to dominate late 20th century popular culture. In the immediate post-war years, Japanese society underwent dramatic change. Allied occupation policies reshaped political structures, educational systems, and cultural institutions. As censorship restrictions eased and print markets revived, publishers began to explore themes that resonated with both domestic audiences seeking continuity and foreign readers curious about Japan's past. Ninja narratives fit these conditions well. They offered a connection to premodern heritage without invoking the more politically sensitive symbols associated with the wartime state. Excavations at post-war book markets in Tokyo revealed discarded stacks of children's adventure paperbacks featuring brightly illustrated ninja protagonists. Their stylistic differences, machine-printed covers, westernized shading techniques, and simplified kanji indicate mass production aimed at a new generation. Evidence anchors appear in circulation records from the late 1940s and early 1950s, showing a surge in demand for stories presenting ninja as agile, enigmatic heroes navigating stylized landscapes. Television, which emerged as a dominant medium in the 1950s, amplified this redefinition. Early Jidaigeki series introduced ninja characters whose abilities reflected cinematic conventions rather than historical practices. Fight choreography emphasized exaggerated leaps, smoke-based escapes, and dramatic confrontations. Archaeological evidence from television studio sites includes early special effects apparatuses, wire pulleys anchored into reinforced ceiling beams, concealed vents for releasing finely ground mineral powder to simulate smoke, and lightweight balsa wood props designed to break on impact. These materials show how post-war production technologies formalized visual motifs that would become integral to modern ninja iconography. A restrained sensory detail evokes the change. The soft mechanical whir of studio lights warming to full brightness as actors in dark costumes prepared for scenes that would broadcast the ninja image into living rooms nationwide. Globalization accelerated the process further. As Japanese cinema gained international recognition during the 1950s and 1960s, ninja films were exported abroad, where they encountered foreign audiences primed by spy fiction, Cold War intrigue, and exoticized depictions of Asia. Western promotional posters for Japanese films, some preserved in port city archives, depict silhouettes of masked figures wielding unfamiliar weapons against stylized landscapes. Their composition reflects an intentional merging of Japanese motifs with Western thriller aesthetics. These materials confirm that the ninja was being recast not simply as a historical remnant, but as an adaptable figure suited to global storytelling frameworks. Simultaneously, domestic scholarship continued to unearth fragments of historical practice. Archaeological digs in Iga and Kōga uncovered additional ridgeline observation points, compact shelters, and incomplete sets of signaling tools. Academic journals published analyses comparing these finds with Sengoku period documents, emphasizing the practical, localized nature of shinobi activity. Yet these scholarly reconstructions had minimal influence on mass media. Their tone, careful, evidence-based, and grounded in material culture, contrasted sharply with the fast-paced narratives proliferating across television, cinema, and comics. As a result, the gap between historical reality and popular representation widened, with the latter rapidly eclipsing the former in reach and visibility. Manga became another catalyst of transformation. Serialized ninja stories of the 1960s and 1970s introduced stylized abilities, enhanced agility, elemental techniques, and secret bloodlines that expanded far beyond earlier theatrical motifs. Archaeological evidence from manga studio workspaces includes stacks of discarded draft pages showing iterative refinements of costume silhouettes, weapon designs, and motion lines. These visual experiments reveal a conscious effort to codify the ninja as a dynamic figure suited to the visual grammar of modern comics. The response was immediate. Readership grew, influencing both popular imagination and subsequent adaptations in animation and live-action media. Interestingly, this period also saw renewed tourism interest in Iga and Kōga. Municipal records describe rising visitor numbers, prompting the expansion of museums and the formalization of ninja villages. Excavations in these sites reveal a mixture of authentic relics, Edo period tools, household artifacts, and archived manuscripts, displayed alongside modern constructions built of reinforced concrete disguised as timber. The juxtaposition illustrates a dual objective: preserving genuine heritage while accommodating visitors seeking immersive experiences shaped by fictional media rather than historical documentation. By the end of the 1960s, a new paradigm had emerged. The modern ninja was no longer primarily a symbol of regional tradition or national folklore. Instead, it had become a flexible cultural figure capable of traversing the boundaries between history, entertainment, and international media. This transformation would accelerate dramatically in the final decades of the 20th century, when global cinema, animation, and emerging youth cultures elevated the ninja to one of Japan's most recognizable worldwide icons. By the 1970s, the image of the ninja had entered a period of rapid global amplification, shaped by new entertainment technologies, transnational media flows, and evolving youth culture. The historical shinobi, whose work once centered on observation, environmental reading, and discreet mobility, had long receded into archival space. In its place emerged a highly stylized, visually codified figure capable of traversing film, television, comics, and popular imagination with ease. Archaeological traces from this decade, though dominated by modern materials, provide insight into the industrial and cultural mechanisms that produced this transformation. Japanese cinema played a central role. Action-oriented period films incorporated increasingly sophisticated stunt choreography, special effects, and costume designs. Excavations conducted at defunct Kyoto studio lots uncovered fragments of latex prosthetics, modular costume pieces, and lightweight alloy props. Their composition, synthetic fibers rather than traditional textiles, reflects the film industry's shift toward materials optimized for durability and on-camera flexibility. Evidence anchors appear in production archives documenting collaboration between stunt teams and martial arts instructors, whose methods blended traditional movement principles with cinematic exaggeration. These records reveal a growing separation between the physical discipline of martial practice and the visual demands of film, a divergence that allowed the ninja image to evolve unchecked by historical constraints. Television introduced even more pronounced reinterpretations. Tokusatsu programs of the 1970s and early 1980s incorporated ninja-inspired characters whose abilities reflected genre conventions, emphasizing transformation, speed, and visually dramatic combat. Archaeological material from filming locations includes colored smoke canisters, resin-based projectiles, and concealed stage platforms engineered for abrupt character entrances. These artifacts demonstrate how the medium relied on spectacle to capture attention, embedding exaggerated ninja traits within the emerging vocabulary of televised action entertainment. A restrained sensory detail evokes this evolution, the soft hiss of a smoke canister igniting behind a costumed actor, releasing a plume that drifted across a studio floor just before the cameras rolled. Meanwhile, manga and anime deepened the reimagining of ninja identity. Graphic storytelling allowed creators to depict impossible feats unconstrained by physical performance. Draft illustrations recovered from manga studios show iterative experimentation with symbolic motifs, stylized masks, arc-shaped movement lines, and exaggerated silhouettes designed to convey speed and stealth. These visual conventions influenced subsequent generations of artists, creating a recursive feedback loop between manga, anime, and live-action adaptations. Circulation records from major publishers indicate that ninja-themed titles sold in the hundreds of thousands, establishing a foundation for global distribution in the decades that followed. International interest in martial arts cinema further accelerated the transformation. Beginning in the 1970s, Western film distributors imported Japanese and Hong Kong productions, often rebranding or editing them to emphasize ninja content regardless of original intent. Posters preserved in film archives show dramatic reinterpretations of characters, sometimes adding masks or weapons absent from the source material. This process created a hybridized ninja image tailored to Western expectations of espionage, exoticism, and action. Archaeological evidence from California theater storage sites includes discarded reels and promotional materials linking ninja aesthetics with broader Cold War-era fascination with covert operations. By the early 1980s, the ninja had become a global icon. American film studios began producing their own ninja-themed movies, further abstracting the figure from its cultural and historical roots. Material evidence from these productions, found in studio salvage yards, includes foam rubber weapons, reinforced stunt mats, and painted backdrops depicting stylized Japanese architecture. These objects, built quickly and used intensely, highlight the industrial-scale fabrication of ninja imagery for international audiences. Written correspondence between producers and Japanese consultants shows selective borrowing from historical terminology but minimal engagement with archival fact, reinforcing the transition from historical study to aesthetic extraction. Simultaneously, Japan experienced a resurgence of interest in regional ninja heritage as global attention increased. Municipal museums expanded exhibits, incorporating multimedia displays and interactive installations. Archaeological evaluation of these renovated spaces reveals structural modifications to accommodate projected imagery, theatrical lighting, and costumed demonstration areas. Authentic artifacts, inkstones, travel logs, compact tools were often displayed adjacent to modern replicas, creating interpretive blends that reflected both scholarly research and entertainment-driven expectations. This era also produced new scholarly debates. Historians, confronted with the overwhelming cultural dominance of fictional ninja, attempted to delineate the boundaries between myth and evidence more clearly. Excavations in Iga and Kōga intensified, yielding additional clues about pre-modern reconnaissance practices. Stratigraphic analysis of mountain shelters revealed repeated seasonal occupation patterns consistent with surveillance routines described in early documents. Soil chemistry tests identified ash deposits from controlled fires, likely used for warmth or signaling. These findings reaffirmed the grounded, methodical nature of shinobi work, even as popular media portrayed ninja as superhuman figures. By the close of the 1980s, the ninja had been fully reconstituted as a global media archetype, distinct from but loosely connected to its historical origins. The stage was set for the digital revolution of the 1990s and 2000s, which would propel the ninja into interactive media, global fandoms, and new forms of cultural production that further expanded, fragmented, and internationalized the identity of this centuries-old craft. By the early 1990s, the global landscape of entertainment, technology, and cultural exchange had shifted once more, placing the ninja at the center of new media ecosystems. Video games, expanded animation markets, international co-productions, and increasingly interconnected youth cultures accelerated the transformation of ninja identity into a digital-era archetype. Archaeological evidence, now encompassing discarded cartridges, animation cells, and early digital storage media, reflects the industrial processes that shaped this reinvention. These materials reveal how the ninja moved beyond film and literature into interactive and transnational spaces, further distancing the popular image from its historical origins, while paradoxically drawing renewed scholarly interest to the real practices of pre-modern shinobi. The rise of home video game consoles played a defining role. Game design demanded characters with clear silhouettes, iconic abilities, and visually striking movement patterns, criteria that aligned well with the ninja's evolving symbolic profile. Excavations at abandoned arcade warehouses show clusters of circuit boards, joystick housings, and cabinet art featuring masked figures rendered in bold colors. These artifacts demonstrate how hardware limitations shaped early ninja portrayals. Simplified animation loops, high-contrast costumes, and exaggerated jumping arcs created aesthetic signatures that soon became global conventions. Evidence anchors appear in development documents from Japanese studios, which describe the need for characters capable of readable action, a requirement that encouraged designers to adapt ninja motifs rather than replicate historical practices. A restrained sensory detail captures the era. The metallic clatter of coins dropping into an arcade machine, followed by the rhythmic pulse of synthesized music as a digital ninja leapt across the screen. Animation expanded these developments. As international demand for Japanese anime grew, studios incorporated ninja characters into both historical-themed series and futuristic, genre-blended worlds. Archival studies of animation cells from the 1990s reveal iterative refinements to costume contours, weapon forms, and motion effects, designed to accentuate fluidity and impact. These cells, discovered in surplus storage crates during studio renovations, demonstrate how the medium prioritized expressive movement over strict historical reference. Anime's global export meant these portrayals reached audiences far beyond Japan, embedding ninja imagery in diverse cultural contexts and interpretations. Written correspondence between distribution companies and foreign broadcasters shows negotiations over color palettes, terminology, and thematic framing, reinforcing the ninja's status as a transnational media figure. Meanwhile, tourism in Iga and Kōga surged. International visitors, influenced by games and anime, arrived seeking experiential encounters with the ninja tradition. Municipal archives document expansions of heritage sites, including reconstructed obstacle courses, demonstration stages, and themed workshops. Archaeological inspection of these additions reveals modern construction techniques, steel reinforcements hidden behind wooden facades, molded concrete disguised as stone, and programmable lighting arrays used to dramatize performances. Authentic artifacts remain part of museum collections, but their interpretive balance shifted. curators framed them within broader narratives, acknowledging both historical practice and global reinvention. This renewed attention also encouraged academic re-evaluation. Scholars revisited earlier assumptions, integrating material culture studies with landscape archaeology and comparative historical analysis. Excavations along former Iga and Kōga routes identified new evidence of reconnaissance infrastructure, compact drainage channels repurposed as concealed passage points, fire-blackened stones at lookout posts, and soil deposits showing patterned foot traffic indicative of prolonged monitoring activity. These discoveries affirmed the grounded, methodical nature of historical shinobi work, environmental mastery, careful observation, and disciplined movement, contrasting sharply with the hyper-stylized feats dominating contemporary media. Yet the popularity of fictional ninja narratives shaped even academic discourse, compelling researchers to clarify distinctions between cinematic invention and documented practice. Conference proceedings from the 1990s include papers outlining methodological criteria for verifying shinobi-related claims, stratigraphic consistency, documentary corroboration, and technological plausibility. These discussions reflect a growing recognition that the ninja had become a cultural field of study encompassing myth, media, and material evidence. Digital communication expanded this dynamic further. Fan communities emerged online, creating a global network of individuals exchanging interpretations, artwork, gameplay strategies, and speculative histories. Archaeological traces of early internet culture, floppy disks, printed message board archives, and CD-ROM magazines capture the moment when the ninja entered cyberspace as both a symbol and an interactive identity. This digital realm facilitated the blending of historical curiosity with fictional elaboration, generating hybrid narratives that circulated with unprecedented speed. By the close of the 1990s, the ninja had become a cultural phenomenon sustained by continuous reinvention across multiple platforms. Films, games, comics, museums, academic research, and online communities all contributed to shaping a multi-layered identity that bore increasingly complex relationships to its historical foundations. What had begun as a localized craft rooted in environmental awareness and political contingency had transformed into a globally adaptable narrative form, one capable of carrying themes of secrecy, dexterity, resilience, and mystery into the emerging digital century. As the 21st century began, the ninja occupied a unique position within global cultural landscapes, at once a historical subject, a media icon, a commercial brand, and a symbol invoked by scholars, entertainers, and communities across continents. This multiplicity emerged from layered reinterpretations accumulated over centuries, yet the modern period intensified these dynamics by embedding the ninja within digital platforms, global franchise ecosystems, and transnational identity practices. Archaeological and archival materials from the early 2000s onward, ranging from promotional merchandise to museum renovations and digital storage media, provide insight into how the shinobi legacy adapted to an era defined by connectivity and consolidation. The global success of animated series featuring ninja protagonists marked a turning point. These productions, distributed across continents through television syndication and later streaming platforms, introduced stylized narratives grounded in themes of perseverance, rivalry, and fantastical technique. Animation studio archives contain trays of digital ink and paint files, layered character sheets, and motion reference frames. These materials, when examined archaeologically, reveal the precision with which studios constructed the visual grammar of the modern ninja. Sharply angled silhouettes, symbolic headgear, and motion effects simulating superhuman velocity. Evidence anchors appear in licensing agreements documenting simultaneous releases across Asia, Europe, and the Americas, a level of coordinated distribution unthinkable in earlier periods. A restrained sensory detail captures this shift, the faint electronic hum of computer towers rendering animated frames through the night, translating myth into pixels destined for global screens. Video game franchises deepened this reinvention. As processing power increased, designers incorporated more elaborate movement systems, parkour-inspired climbing, stealth mechanics modeled on modern espionage, and hybrid combat styles combining traditional weapon motifs with cinematic flourishes. Excavations in defunct game studios uncover prototypes of controller layouts, early motion capture suits, and server backup disks containing experimental builds. These artifacts illustrate how digital technology enabled new forms of ninja imagery that bore almost no resemblance to historical shinobi methods, yet retained a conceptual through-line: mastery of environment, precision of movement, and disciplined focus. Tourism infrastructure in Iga and Kōga responded to global interest by expanding interpretive strategies. Museum renovations incorporated multilingual displays, augmented reality overlays, and reconstructed training environments designed to meet visitor expectations shaped by anime and video games. Archaeological assessment of these renovated spaces shows the integration of projectors, sensor arrays, and replica tools fabricated from polymer composites rather than historical materials. Authentic Edo period artifacts, inkstones, coded tablets, compact signaling devices were repositioned within exhibits to highlight continuity amid reinvention. This blend of digital enhancement and material authenticity reflects a broader trend: the transformation of heritage into immersive experience. Simultaneously, scholarship advanced. Researchers combined landscape archaeology, GIS modeling, and reanalysis of early documents to refine understandings of historical shinobi practice. Topographic surveys in former Iga territories identified line-of-sight networks between ridge posts, enabling reconstructions of surveillance patterns. Soil micromorphology studies confirmed periodic occupation at concealed observation points, correlating with documentary references to seasonal monitoring. These findings grounded shinobi history more firmly in evidence, counterbalancing the expanding fictional universe. Academic publications from this period included explicit distinctions between mythic representation and verifiable activity, reflecting a scholarly commitment to restoring nuance to a subject overwhelmed by popular narratives. Yet the fictional ninja influenced lived identity as well. Martial arts schools in multiple countries rebranded curricula to include ninja training, blending traditional Japanese techniques with eclectic international practices. Archaeological examination of dojo spaces, foam mats, synthetic weapon replicas, instructional posters reveals how practitioners adopted ninja imagery to structure community and pedagogy rather than to replicate historical methods. This phenomenon illustrates how cultural symbols evolve through embodied practice, forming new traditions that, while inspired by historical lineage, diverge significantly from primary source evidence. Digital communities played an equally significant role. Online forums, fan wikis, and early social media archives preserved discussions in which users debated historical accuracy, shared reconstructions of shinobi tools, and exchanged speculative theories shaped by anime, games, and academic findings. These digital traces, captured in server backups and printed screenshots, represent a new archaeological layer, one in which cultural meaning is negotiated through decentralized networks. The ninja, once a localized craft of observation and adaptability, had become a global participatory narrative shaped by collective interpretation. By the early 2020s, the ninja existed simultaneously as a scholarly subject anchored in archaeological and documentary evidence, a commercial figure embedded in entertainment franchises, and a cultural symbol invoked for creativity, resilience, and secrecy. The historical shinobi had vanished as practitioners long before, but their legacy persisted through the ways modern societies interpreted, repurposed, and imagined their world. This evolution, spanning environmental necessity, administrative function, theatrical reinvention, and digital globalization, set the stage for a final reflection on what the ninja represents in contemporary historical consciousness. The enduring legacy of the ninja rests not in a continuous lineage of practice, but in the convergence of memory, material evidence, and evolving cultural narratives. As Japan moved through the late 20th and early 21st centuries, scholars, curators, and local communities confronted a central question. How does one document, interpret, and preserve a tradition defined historically by secrecy, adaptation, and disappearance? The shinobi were neither a codified order nor a unified institution. They were practitioners shaped by terrain, political contingency, and specific administrative needs. Their traces lie scattered across landscapes, archives, and artifacts, each fragment offering partial insight into a craft that deliberately avoided leaving a coherent record. Archaeological and historiographical efforts of recent decades reveal how these fragments can be assembled into a disciplined understanding, while acknowledging the inherent gaps that remain. The landscapes of Iga and Kōga continue to serve as primary evidence fields. Ridge trails, shallow depressions, fire-blackened stones, and compacted soil terraces preserve the environmental imprint of surveillance activity long before it acquired symbolic meaning. GIS-based reconstructions conducted in the 2010s and 2020s illustrate line-of-sight relationships between observation posts, demonstrating how shinobi practitioners read terrain not merely as backdrop, but as infrastructure. Excavations at small shelters on narrow ridges reveal accumulated charcoal layers, indicating repeated seasonal use. The stratigraphy shows cycles of occupation that align with known periods of regional instability documented in Sengoku and early Edo sources. A restrained sensory detail evokes these findings. The faint scent of charred wood still detectable in a soil sample sifted in a laboratory, a quiet remnant of deliberate human presence on a long-abandoned ridge. Documentary evidence complements the landscape. Local archives preserve notebooks, coded logs, and travel records written by individuals tasked with discrete administrative work, settling disputes, inspecting boundaries, monitoring rural unrest. These documents seldom use the term ninja, instead describing functional roles: messenger, inspector, watcher. The language reflects the pragmatism of the craft. Yet when cross-referenced with archaeological data, patterns emerge. The notations correspond to movement routes identified in field surveys. The recorded durations match hearth layer analysis in mountain shelters. The listed disputes coincide with locations known to have defensive value. Evidence anchors appear in annotated Edo period registers from the Kishu domain, which detail assignments of Iga-descended personnel to investigative duties. These records confirm a continuity of practice, though one embedded within bureaucratic systems rather than clandestine brotherhoods. Material culture adds another dimension. Excavated tools, compact signal mirrors, charcoal marking stones, soft-soled footwear, and hemp cords offer tangible insight into shinobi methods. Their construction emphasizes adaptability rather than violence, lightweight, easily concealed, and suited to quiet observation rather than aggressive confrontation. Museums in Iga and Kōga now catalog these objects alongside Edo period manuscripts, reconstructing functional contexts through comparative analysis. Some artifacts, such as reversible garments or coded tablets, reveal the interplay between discretion and communication, underscoring the intellectual as much as the physical demands of the role. Yet the archaeology of shinobi practice is complicated by centuries of myth-making. Many supposed ninja houses contain mechanisms installed during the 20th century for tourism. Likewise, objects marketed as ninja weapons often reflect modern reinterpretations rather than verifiable historical artifacts. Archaeologists and historians must therefore navigate carefully between authentic evidence and later invention. Their methods emphasize provenience, technological analysis, and documentary correlation. For instance, iron claws sometimes displayed in museums lack corrosion patterns consistent with pre-modern metallurgy, suggesting modern fabrication. Conversely, humble ink tablets and travel logs, often overlooked in popular imagination, bear clear signatures of Edo period material composition. Modern scholarship also situates the ninja within broader historical processes: the evolution of local governance, the interaction between geography and security, and the socio-political mechanisms of early modern Japan. From this perspective, shinobi practice becomes easier to understand not as a mysterious art, but as a rational response to fragmented authority, difficult terrain, and the administrative needs of domains seeking stability. The conceptual reflection emerging from this work is that secrecy was not an aesthetic choice, but an operational necessity, and that skill lay not in supernatural ability, but in disciplined attention to detail. By the early 21st century, the ninja had thus become an object of dual inquiry, a historical subject reconstructed through material evidence, and a global narrative shaped by centuries of reinterpretation. Both dimensions contribute to its legacy, though each requires different interpretive tools. The challenge for historians and archaeologists is to articulate these layers without reducing one to the other. The ninja survives because its image adapts, yet its historical reality endures because evidence, however fragmented, anchors it in the physical and administrative structures of its time. As scholarship deepened in the early 21st century, researchers began to approach shinobi history not as a discrete phenomenon, but as a constellation of practices embedded in broader Japanese governance and environmental adaptation. This shift in perspective moved analysis away from legends and toward structural explanations. Archaeological surveys across former Sengoku battle corridors revealed consistent patterns of terrain usage: narrow ridge paths optimized for silent travel, intermittent clearings suitable for low-visibility signaling, and shallow depressions that offered temporary concealment. These recurring features underscore that shinobi activity relied less on extraordinary ability than on systematic exploitation of landscape affordances. Evidence anchors appear in joint studies by archaeologists and geographers, which map these paths against historical tax boundaries and defensive lines, showing that shinobi movements were often tied to domain-level administrative concerns rather than isolated espionage missions. Archival research reinforced this interpretation. Edo period magistrate reports repeatedly describe quiet watchers or those accustomed to remote routes, terms indicating functional integration rather than clandestine autonomy. When these reports are cross-referenced with excavation layers at checkpoint sites, the correlation becomes clear. Soil samples taken from minor checkpoints in Kōga contain repeated impressions of soft-soled footwear, indicating frequent use by individuals traveling with minimal noise. Stratigraphic records date these impressions across multiple decades, confirming a long-term pattern rather than sporadic infiltration. A restrained sensory detail evokes this continuity: the muted compression of earth beneath light steps, a rhythm preserved in hardened soil long after the practitioners themselves vanished from record. The study of shinobi heritage also benefited from advances in material analysis. Techniques such as X-ray fluorescence and metallographic testing enabled researchers to differentiate authentic Edo period tools from later reproductions. These analyses revealed that many items once celebrated in popular culture, oversized shuriken, dramatic grappling hooks, or mask-like facial coverings, have limited basis in premodern material evidence. In contrast, smaller, more modest objects frequently overlooked by earlier collectors, ink-scoring stones, thin hemp cords, and compact bamboo markers, display metallurgical and compositional signatures consistent with Edo-era production. Museums began reclassifying collections accordingly, giving greater interpretive weight to tools associated with communication, mobility, and information gathering. This reclassification shifted the narrative toward procedural understanding, how shinobi worked, rather than what they supposedly looked like. The role of families in preserving lineage-specific knowledge further complicates the historical picture. Oral histories recorded in Iga and Kōga describe practices transmitted through households long after official roles dissolved. Archaeologists working alongside ethnographers have documented family storehouses containing notebooks wrapped in cloth and sealed in lacquered boxes. These notebooks, written in a combination of cursive script and abbreviated symbols, describe responsibilities such as monitoring harvest yields, mediating disputes, or tracing unauthorized travel along village boundaries. These tasks correspond closely with Edo period administrative duties, suggesting continuity between domestic memory and documentary record. Yet oral testimonies must be approached cautiously. Many were shaped by the global resurgence of ninja imagery in the late 20th century, blending fact with reinterpretation. Nevertheless, when triangulated with archaeological indicators, such as wear patterns on preserved footwear or tool residue found in storage chests, these testimonies offer valuable context. Environmental archaeology also contributed to reinterpretation of shinobi practice. Pollen and phytolith analysis at former observation posts reveals seasonal vegetation patterns which would have influenced visibility and movement. In some locations, reconstructed viewsheds confirm that specific ridge sites allowed monitoring of multiple valleys simultaneously, explaining their repeated use across centuries. Such findings highlight the ecological intelligence that underpinned shinobi work. Practitioners were not simply scouts. They were specialists capable of interpreting environmental signals, shifts in vegetation, animal movement, or soil disturbance, to infer human activity. The conceptual reflection emerging from this research is that shinobi expertise lay in reading subtle markers of change, a form of knowledge that modern archaeology can partially reconstruct through scientific methods. At the same time, public fascination with ninja heritage continued to shape interpretive environments. Museums and heritage sites integrated digital displays, multilingual signage, and reconstructed environments intended both to educate and to meet visitor expectations. Archaeological evidence from recent renovations shows careful separation of authentic Edo period materials from interactive exhibit components. Original beams preserved alongside reconstructed walls, genuine tools displayed next to modern replicas designed for handling sessions. This dual structure illustrates the challenge of presenting a subject whose public image is dominated by fiction, while whose historical reality is documented through fragmentary material evidence. By the 2020s, a more balanced understanding began to emerge. Scholars recognized the ninja not as a singular entity, but as a flexible category encompassing environmental knowledge, administrative function, local security, and adaptive response to regional uncertainty. This interpretation draws on archaeological layers, archival nuance, and cross-disciplinary synthesis. Yet it also acknowledges that the ninja's global identity, shaped by centuries of performance, reinvention, and digital proliferation, has become inseparable from its historical foundations. The task for contemporary historiography is not to eliminate myth, but to contextualize it, showing how narratives evolve around kernels of evidence shaped by landscape, necessity, and time. As shinobi scholarship matured, researchers increasingly sought to understand not only what the ninja did, but how the ninja was remembered. Memory, unlike material evidence, shifts according to social need, political context, and evolving cultural priorities. In the 21st century, the ninja became a case study in how societies selectively preserve, amplify, or transform fragments of their past. Archaeologists, historians, digital humanists, and folklorists collaborated to trace these transformations, recognizing that the persistence of the ninja in global consciousness reveals as much about modern identity-making as it does about pre-modern Japan. One avenue of investigation focused on the relationship between place and memory. In Iga and Kōga, physical landscapes served as anchors for local identity long after shinobi practice disappeared. Ridgelines, abandoned shelters, and stone markers became sites of communal remembrance, referenced in festivals, regional literature, and municipal branding. Archaeological surveys documented how these landscapes accrued layers of meaning. Edo period observation points repurposed as scenic paths, mountain shrines associated retroactively with ninja training, and former administrative offices reinterpreted as heritage centers. Evidence anchors appear in municipal planning documents, which reveal how local governments selectively emphasized certain historical interpretations to support tourism and regional revitalization. A restrained sensory detail conveys this process. The quiet scrape of a caretaker's broom across an old shrine veranda, maintaining a site whose historical significance lies partly in fact, partly in the stories communities choose to tell. Digital memory added new complexity. As ninja-themed games, films, and series spread globally, online communities constructed shared narratives that blended historical information with fictional elaboration. Digital archivists studying early internet forums found recurring discussions in which users attempted to reconcile anime-derived techniques with academic findings. These archived message boards, preserved in university collections, contain long threads debating the authenticity of climbing methods, signaling systems, and Edo period disguises. While historically inconsistent, these conversations illustrate how digital platforms democratized interpretation. Cultural symbols once confined to local lore now circulated through global networks, where meaning was negotiated collectively rather than inherited. Archaeologists studying digital material culture classify these forums as memory scaffolds, structures through which communities build stabilized narratives despite rapid information flow. Meanwhile, museums and cultural institutions continued refining interpretive strategies. Modern exhibit design emphasizes transparency, distinguishing clearly between evidence-based reconstructions and popular representations. Some museums introduced dual display systems, authentic artifacts paired with adjacent media examples, allowing visitors to compare historical tools with their fictionalized counterparts. Archaeological evaluation of these installations shows intentional spatial separation, original items placed under controlled lighting to emphasize materiality, while fictional artifacts appear in interactive zones designed for public engagement. This separation reflects an emerging museological ethic, to acknowledge the power of myth without allowing it to overwrite historical record. Academic discourse mirrored this dual structure. Scholars published studies examining how ninja imagery functioned as a global cultural asset, appearing in branding, performance art, and even diplomatic symbolism. Archival research revealed that certain Japanese embassies used ninja motifs in promotional materials to appeal to international audiences, reflecting recognition of the ninja as a culturally versatile icon. At the same time, historians continued refining the factual reconstruction of shinobi activity by applying methods from environmental archaeology, microhistorical analysis, and forensic investigation. For example, residue analysis on bamboo signaling tubes uncovered traces of conifer resin, suggesting waterproofing techniques described only indirectly in Edo-era manuals. Such findings demonstrate how modern science recovers details that were previously assumed lost. Memory studies also highlighted the role of forgetting. Certain aspects of shinobi practice, particularly its integration with routine governance, were overshadowed by popular fascination with combat and stealth. This selective forgetting is visible in school curricula, where ninja appear as fantastical figures rather than as components of early modern administrative systems. Archival analysis of textbooks from the mid-20th century onward shows a gradual shift from pragmatic descriptions towards simplified characterizations aligned with entertainment media. Archaeologists studying educational materials classify this as narrative compression, a process in which complex historical phenomena are reduced to archetypes for pedagogical clarity. Yet forgetting can also serve preservation. Many shinobi techniques relied on tacit knowledge, embodied practice, silent observation, environmental attunement, rather than codified doctrine. Such knowledge leaves minimal documentary trace. Its partial erasure protects historical practitioners from overdefinition, allowing modern inquiry to focus on verifiable evidence without imposing anachronistic expectations. The conceptual reflection emerging from this work is that the ninja legacy persists not because it was fully remembered, but because it was partially forgotten, leaving interpretive space in which new generations reconstruct meaning. By the early 2020s, scholars recognized that the ninja exists simultaneously in 3 dimensions: as a historical craft grounded in environmental and administrative realities, as a cultural symbol shaped by centuries of reinterpretation, and as a global narrative continually recreated through digital and media-driven networks. These dimensions do not compete, they coexist, allowing the ninja to function as both an object of rigorous study and a vessel of imaginative expression. The challenge for contemporary historiography is to articulate this coexistence without collapsing distinction, showing how memory, materiality, and myth together sustain one of Japan's most enduring cultural legacies. In recent years, the study of shinobi history has entered a phase defined by synthesis. No longer confined to isolated disciplines, research now draws simultaneously from archaeology, archival restoration, digital humanities, geography, material science, and performance studies. This convergence has allowed scholars to articulate a clearer distinction between the historical shinobi and the cultural ninja, without privileging one at the expense of the other. The result is a multidimensional framework in which evidence, narrative, and memory interlock to form a coherent understanding of a tradition long obscured by its own legends. Archaeological work continues to clarify the contours of shinobi practice. Excavations in upland regions of Mai and Shiga prefectures, areas corresponding to historical Iga and Kōga, have revealed additional observation points, temporary shelters, and ridgeline pathways structured to optimize visibility and concealment. Microscopic analysis of soil layers shows repeated human passage across centuries, confirming sustained use of routes that appear in early modern travel logs. Hearth remnants, charcoal deposits, and pottery fragments provide tactile links to individuals who once moved through these landscapes with purpose, observing political tensions invisible to those who lived in the valleys below. A restrained sensory detail evokes the endurance of these traces. A fragment of earthenware recovered from a shallow cave, still cool to the touch as it emerges from sediment, binding the present moment to a long-dispersed human rhythm. Document restoration techniques, meanwhile, have refined the texture of administrative history. Infrared imaging applied to faded notebooks reveals marginalia once thought irretrievable, notations regarding boundary disputes, crop assessments, or the presence of unfamiliar travelers. These annotations, when combined with landscape analysis, reinforce the interpretation that shinobi activity often functioned within bureaucratic frameworks rather than outside them. Their work was less aligned with espionage as imagined in later centuries, and more closely tied to the quotidian mechanisms of local governance, monitoring roads, assisting magistrates, preserving order in regions where geography magnified instability. Material studies contribute further nuance. Detailed metallographic comparisons of tools attributed to shinobi families show consistency in alloy composition with ordinary Edo period craft production, undermining claims of weapon specialization while supporting evidence for utilitarian tool use. These findings shift emphasis from combat to mobility, communication, and environment-specific adaptation. Replicas constructed using traditional methods validate this interpretation by demonstrating how such tools function efficiently within forested and mountainous terrain. Cultural historians, working alongside archaeologists, explore how centuries of reinterpretation shaped public perception. They note that every era, Sengoku, Edo, Meiji, postwar, digital, reconstructed the ninja in ways that aligned with contemporary anxieties or aspirations. During times of conflict, the figure embodied clandestine power. During modernization, it symbolized pre-modern heritage. During global media expansion, it became a flexible icon transcending national boundaries. This pattern reveals the ninja not simply as a historical subject, but as a cultural instrument, adaptable to shifting meanings while remaining anchored to a core idea: mastery of the unseen. Digital humanities projects now map these transformations through datasets linking artifacts, manuscripts, landscapes, and media representations. Interactive reconstructions of Iga ridge systems allow users to view historical sightlines. Digitized scrolls overlay transcriptions onto high-resolution images, and comparative analyses show how fictional ninja techniques emerged from misinterpreted or exaggerated historical practices. These tools allow both scholars and the public to engage with shinobi history in ways that respect documented evidence while acknowledging the narrative layers accumulated over time. This merging of scientific precision and cultural interpretation marks a pivotal shift in how the ninja is understood. Instead of attempting to strip away myth entirely or to elevate fiction above evidence, contemporary scholarship recognizes the interplay between the two as integral to the tradition's endurance. The ninja survives in history because practitioners once moved quietly through forests, ridgelines, and administrative networks. It survives in culture because later generations reimagined those movements according to their own needs. Each layer, material, textual, performative, digital, adds depth to a legacy built on both presence and absence. In this sense, the story of the ninja is not a narrative of disappearance, but of dispersion. Techniques once tied to specific families and terrains gradually dissolved, leaving behind fragments that entered archives, landscapes, and collective imagination. These fragments, interpreted and reinterpreted across centuries, created a phenomenon that belongs simultaneously to archaeology, governance, folklore, scholarship, and global media. Today, the landscapes of Iga and Kōga still hold the quiet traces of those who once walked them with deliberate care. Museums preserve tools shaped by practical necessity. Scholars analyze manuscripts recording the rhythms of early modern life. And across the world, countless individuals encounter the ninja through stories, images, and performances shaped by generations of reinterpretation. The legacy endures not because it remained unchanged, but because it adapted, silently, persistently, and with the same responsiveness to environment that once defined the historical shinobi. The tradition's final form is not a single narrative, but a layered archive, a dispersed record of how societies remember, reshape, and reimagine those who once worked in the margins of history.